Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Happy. What's going on? My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Oh, what a day. Day to be alive. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here, too.
Hey, creepy hug.
Mary Santora is out. Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
And if you'd like to join us, there are a variety of ways you can do that. If you want to do it on the phone, call us live. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007 if you want to send me a text. The number is 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. Watch live there. With the assistance of whom today? Billy Bob Finkelstein.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds vaguely familiar. Maybe I've met that person. You know, I try to keep it pretty consistent in not meeting our video assistants. I recuse myself from those just so there's not even the whiff of impropriety.
Well,
That
you're not
name
going to meet them
sounds-
again because this was their Make-A-Wish. They helped set up the live stream and then dead.
Oh, they on the premises?
No, they don't.
Oh.
It's all remote, man.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, they're not back in a studio adjacent to Poundcake.
I mean, his body is. But he's no longer with us.
Oh, he's just a shell?
Yeah.
Oh, wild.
His flesh vessel is still
Yeah,
here.
I love
but
it.
He's moved on.
Yeah,
This is his Make-A-Wish, though. He's
no better way to put it than flesh vessel.
a 9-year-old boy.
Uh-huh. Hey, you know who's not dead is Lil Tay. We were talking about Lil Tay yesterday.
Just saw that.
That was a hoax, huh?
What a wild story. Well, it kind of smelled weird from the beginning because they were like, hey, Lil Tay's dead and a brother, and we don't have any information. And then later on, they were like, yeah, somebody talked to her dad, and he's like, I can't confirm anything, and you think if the dad would know. And it's all a little murky, but she has come out to say, hey, I'm not dead.
One of our customers called that.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. Yeah. It's definitely getting people talking about Lil Tay again. I mean, who's been thinking about her for a while? If you're unfamiliar with Lil Tay, I mean, she's only 14 now, and so the initial report of her death was obviously very, very sad. But she kind of went viral some years ago because she was running around with stacks of cash and kind of, acting all wild, and she was with these expensive cars, and it was all made up. But for a while, there were people that were really into it. And so yesterday, the story comes down that Lil Tay is dead, and they don't have any information. It's just somebody posts on her Instagram, we have brokenhearted, and she and her brother, and blah, blah, blah. So she's come out and said, I'm not dead. My legal name is Taytan. It's not Claire Hope. Claire Hope is not my name because it was saying that her real name was Claire Hope. But between her manager and her father and everyone else involved in her life, nobody could get any kind of clarification whatsoever of what was happening. So she says that her Instagram account had been compromised by a third party.
Real fishy because if she's not dead, they immediately will go
put something
yeah,
out.
She's not dead.
Why there had been 24 hours,
right.
Nobody knows. I mean, this is kind of like Lil Dicky. If you watch the show Dave, when the tour bus blows up and his manager goes, wait a second, let's not say anything yet. And he goes, what are you talking about? I got to tweet to all my fans that I'm not dead. He goes, let's sit on this for 24 hours and see what happens. No harm, no foul. So who knows? Maybe Lil Tay is a Lil Dicky fan. Maybe they're in the Lil Club together. But she is alive. That's good news. We can go back to ignoring Lil Tay. But the information on it was kind of very, very sketchy, and people couldn't figure out quite what had happened. Because the message was supposedly from her family that she and her brother had died. And none of that's true. She said that her Instagram account was hacked. The people over there at Facebook helped her get access back to her account. But I guess she's been going back and forth. Like, she lives in Vancouver now, but she used to be in California, and they had no record of Lil Tay dying or her brother. So that's great news for everybody involved. Anyone would hate for their own account to be hacked. Let's say my account was hacked, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was this, oh my God, Alan's dead, right? Now someday that'll be a real message. But not today. People could just walk by here and clarify that I, in fact, was alive. Now, sure.
How would they do that?
Well, I'm not. It's a good question. I'm glad you asked it. See, I'm not a wildly emotive person. So at any given time, you could see me on camera or you could walk by, and it might look like I'm dead.
Well, one thing that is very common when Mary isn't here is when me and you are working before the show, the lights will go out.
Yes.
In here because they are motion detected, and we are just
And we're not moving.
And we're just sitting and typing and doing what we're doing pre-show. They never seem to go out when Mary's in here because she doesn't sit still.
She's always moving.
Yeah.
Right. So what happens is, in order to get the lights to come back on, we're like waving our arms like we're landing a plane just to get the motion sensors.
We're throwing our hands in the air like we just don't care.
Right, but we do care. We want the lights to come back on. Although we do have a window and it's a nice sunny day. But, I mean, imagine your own situation. Imagine if Poundcake's social media had been hacked. It's, oh, my God, potentially in his mom's voice or his brother. It wouldn't be his brother. He didn't really care. But potentially in his mom's voice. Oh, my God, my baby's dead. He's seen his last pterodactyl.
We regret to inform you that Cleveland's best sports talker has moved on.
Nominated. He hasn't won yet.
I think
Wouldn't that be a kick in the nuts? I hope you win. I really do. But wouldn't that be a kick in the nuts if you shuffled off this mortal coil before you got to enjoy all the white hot spotlight that comes with winning a Cleveland Scene Best of Cleveland
What's that
award?
word? Post.
Huh?
When someone gets an award when they die. I know what.
Posthumously.
Posthumously.
A posthumous award, yes.
Oh, that'd
that
be great
would
if we could posthumously accept that word.
On the part of Cleveland
That would be
Scene.
just my luck. I finally get the due I'm deserved. And
This
it's
is
after
you don't
I'm dead.
deserve this.
This
by the
is
way.
not any due you're
It
deserved.
is my due. It is my due. And see,
It
that's the
is
thing.
not. That's
I
the
never
whole
get my kudos
point.
while I'm alive.
The whole
because of you
point is
people.
that you don't deserve this. That's what makes it funny. That you would be beating very well-established sports broadcasting personalities.
That's
in
why
this
they're
town.
mad.
Call me Vince
That's
They're not.
Gay.
They're not mad because they're like, "Who's this young up and comer?" They're like,
Whippersnap.
"Who's this a-hole that doesn't even know anything about sports?"
Yeah.
I didn't start this fire. Someone had nominated me, so therefore they thought I deserved it.
Well, yeah. Listen, I think you deserve it, but it is not due you. You said give me the credit I'm due or whatever,
Due means deserved. Your just due means you're deserved.
Just desserts, just due. Yeah, I guess. Well, make no mistake. I want you to win. Those other nominees deserve way more.
I get verified on all my
But the
accounts
whole
after
thing
I
is
die.
silly. That's the problem. You get what?
I get verified on all my accounts after I die.
You should get a black check mark when you die.
Yeah.
Or a ghost check mark.
Well,
It's
to
like white and
right to notify people that this is a zombie account.
yeah, I do find that funny though when I go to like yesterday was Whitney Houston's birthday and I went to her Instagram and she has an official Instagram page and I'm just like, why do people follow this page? Like I'm a fan, but like I don't follow it because I know there's not going to be any new pictures.
Well, and who is doing it? Her family?
It's the estate of Whitney Houston. So
But who is the estate of Whitney Houston?
I don't know. Whitney Houston, the business still exists, but Whitney Houston, the person, is gone.
It's usually lawyers, though, at that point.
Well, I mean, her manager, these people still have managers that manage their business. Michael Jackson still has a manager and lawyers and everything. He's still getting sued after death.
Well, sure. He needs lawyers.
So he has the best in the business, and he's not even alive.
No,
so.
he doesn't care. 15 years in the ground, man. All right, I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. You can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Hey, it's Bill. You probably had some sort of flavored cream cold brew by now because they're delicious. But Wendy's Frosty has just entered the chat and is about to
All the swag you need to stay fresh all season. Book your appointment now at innkeeperstattoo.com.
From iHeart Podcasts and Nomadic Engine, the acclaimed dramatic thriller returns. Aftershock Season 2.
He's like a ghost.
We had an agreement to keep each other's secrets.
None of you are making decisions to keep the rest of us safe, which leaves me.
I'm asking for your forgiveness.
Aftershock Season 2, starring Sarah Wayne Callies, David Harbour, and Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Listen to Aftershock on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back.
Local DJ and all-around female orgasm denier, Alan Cox.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'm going to be out tonight and tomorrow night. Want to join us on the Alan Cox Show cruise? Doing a couple of ticket stops. WMMS.com has got all the details for you. And I'll have passes here on the show for you around 3:50 and then all next week. But we're going back out on the Nautica Queen. A couple of weeks away, the 26th. It's Captain Fun's Floating Fandango.
Oh, I'm so excited for this.
As am I. So I'm going to be out tonight and tomorrow night handing out tickets. I'm going to be at Dina's Pizza and Pub on Memphis Avenue tonight from 8 to 10, if you can make it there, right in Cleveland. And then tomorrow night, I'm going to be in Lakewood at Game On from 8 to 10 with Bud Light. Getting people hooked up with tickets to join us on the return of the Alan Cox Show cruise. We'll all be there. Poundcake's mom is going to be there. He'll be there. Bill will be there. Are you rolling solo or you got a +1?
I mean, I got some friends that are coming. Like, Pants is going to come. He's going to bring his lady, but I don't think I'm going to bring a date.
Lady.
Because, what if there's some people on the boat that want to hang out?
You can't be bringing sand to the beach.
Exactly.
Guardians are hoping to split this series against the Blue Jays. Top of the fifth, it is 2-1 Cleveland. They lost last night. Last two games have been 1-0 games, with Toronto and Cleveland each winning those. A lot. I was doing a pre-show lap here. Lot of Blue Jays fans in town.
Yeah,
they are repping here in Cleveland.
They like to come to Cleveland to see. They travel every time the Blue Jays are in town. Even the Raptors, they will travel to Cleveland because it's not that far.
It's about 4.5 hours.
Yeah, so they're like, hey, let's make a little trip.
Sure. Let's go see.
We've actually gotten a kind of good reputation as a good city to come to for those fans. Like, they like coming to Cleveland and checking it out. They like the food scene. They like the it's tropical compared to Toronto.
Right. Yeah.
Like, this is amazing.
Well, they're closer to the fires up there, too.
Yeah.
But, they come to see everything that Cleveland has to offer. And nobody walks away displeased.
And I went to Toronto to see everything they had to offer.
That's a fun town. Love Toronto.
I haven't been to Toronto since I was a kid.
First nude beach experience. Yeah. And I think I got it out of my system. I think I'm good.
Got it out of your system.
But now you're going to be all...
I was going to say...
you get all these muscles and stuff, and now you're giving up on the nude beach? Come on.
I was going to say...
What do you mean you got it out of your system?
Because I did it. It was on my bucket list, and now, I got it over with. And it's something that I wouldn't even feel comfortable doing in the States.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what all my friends were doing it, so I didn't want to be the lame one to not do it. And it's on an island, so it's on you got to take a little ferry to get to the island, and that's where the beach is. And literally,
was it weird to see all your friends naked?
No, I've seen all of them naked before, so that was one of the things that made me feel comfortable because I already seen them naked, so it wasn't a big deal.
In Poundcake's world, seeing your friends naked is what makes you comfortable. That's what puts you at ease.
But I've seen them poop. I've seen them in every type of intimate setting. So really, it was.
Your friends are naked when they poop?
Sometimes.
Well, he went with his friends that he lived with, so they had a very intimate relationship because they had that bathroom
where it's connected at the master and then the hallway.
Right.
Yeah.
So I would just be in there pooping, and they're like, "I'm gonna take a shower," or vice versa. I'm in the shower, they're gonna poop. So yeah, it wasn't them that was the problem. It was me. I don't know what it was about public nudity. It was almost like, it is a taboo. You're not supposed to be nude in public. So just getting over that was a thing. And I think after I did it, it was like adrenaline first. And then I'm like, oh, well, I look better than a lot of the people out here. All the people that I wanted to see naked had tight little Speedos on.
Oh, yeah,
but it
nothing
wasn't-
will make you feel better about yourself than going to a nude beach.
Yeah. And
Or a show at a nudist reserve or something like that.
And it's more of a control thing. Like, I can't control who sees me naked and who doesn't. That's why I don't send nudes, because I'm like, I want to show you naked, but I can show you in person rather than I know if I send you this picture, you're going to show it to 50 of your friends saying, hey, I got Poundcake on my phone. So it's just a control thing. But
good for them for having so many friends.
Right.
I don't know.
To send it to everybody. Well, but also, I've only had, my entire life, I've had 3 male roommates. I had 2 in college. I had one summer after college. I never saw any of them naked.
See, and that's weird to me because...
But you and your roommates are all gay.
But no, I'm talking about in college, though.
Oh.
In college, this was their words, not mine. You know who your best friend is because it's the only person you see their D more than yours. That was their saying.
I don't see anyone's D more than mine.
They would sometimes,
and they didn't either.
They would pants people like people within our house. Like I've gotten pants before. They would get pantsed. Sometimes they would just, I don't know, troll you. They thought it was funny to walk out of the shower naked, like without a towel. Like they would do stuff like that all the time.
So gay dudes are always trying to show their dong.
These guys weren't gay.
Poundcake.
No, he's talking about the dudes that he was with in college.
Sweetie, I know he is. Bill, did you know a lot of, I know you didn't go to college, but know a lot of straight guys walking around pulling other dudes' pants down?
It's like a military environment. Like if you're around these guys all the time, it really, and this is coming from a gay guy, it really wasn't even sexual. Honestly, it was.
No,
more
I
annoying than
understand that.
anything.
I get it. It's like frat boy behavior.
Yes,
and,
it was literally like that.
But it's all very homoerotic.
Sure.
I mean, there's nothing. Well, that's what I'm saying.
And I was in heaven when
you
we
loved
first,
it.
No, after a while, it just got annoying because like I'm literally with my friends and then they would pants me.
You're like, guys, I'm trying to keep my pants up. All right, would you stop pantsing me?
And
stop pulling my pants down.
And then people would start to get jealous because again, I would bring home guys and they saw how easy it was for me to hook up. And when they didn't score, they would be like, "Oh, well, this is some BS. I'm just gonna go C block." So they would.
Poundcake doesn't even have to pull that guy's pants down. He takes them off himself.
Yeah.
What is his secret?
They would walk up my fire escape and like bang on my window.
Man, it's one thing to like be goofing around during just like the day, but like when they're trying to C block, like that's
actively
not cool.
Or like I would bring after I would be done.
That's where you get it. That's
just weird.
I would walk down and like walk them out. And if one of my roommates was there, I would introduce them because that was the polite thing to do. And one of them was like, "Oh, I don't need to know your name. I'm never going to see you again." Literally to his face.
All the time that they could have spent trying to get laid, they wasted trying to keep you from getting laid.
But
knocking on the window.
Though.
No, I know. Oh, you're going to plow
work.
right through. I get it. I mean,
So, I mean, I just knew where they stood, and that was like, that's fine. But it was just funny because whatever they would try to C-block me, it would almost like make the guy laugh. He's like, "Oh, you have really fun roommates." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." Now get back down there.
Really fun.
Yeah,
Get back to work. They're really fun.
Oh my God, is this like this all
You're
the
like,
time?
yeah, less talking and more whatever and
gawking.
They really want to make sure you're okay. They really want to make sure that I'm not hurting you. I'm like, yeah.
And again, all that is why I didn't live with a bunch of dudes.
It was $240 a month, Alan. I couldn't
don't
afford.
care. I lived in a closet.
In college?
But no, after college.
This is in college.
Well, I lived in the dorms in college.
I
didn't have an apartment until after college.
I lived in the dorms 2 years. I lived in Bolger Hall at University of Akron, 13th floor.
Lived all 4 years in the dorms. Loved it.
And then I lived on Exchange Street Apartments, which was literally like a dorm. It was the most expensive dorm, but it was an apartment. And that was like hella expensive. And when I was presented with the offer to live with the guys, I was like, I pretty much am over here every day anyways. Might as well just pay rent. And it was $240 a month. I would have I didn't care.
No, I get it.
Like I would have tolerated it a lot for $240 a month. And
But I was willing to pay decades of student loans just to live by myself in college.
I had an apartment that was $240. It was just a little efficiency apartment in Tremont, but man, $240 a month.
living alone now is lonely. I can't imagine
You're lonely living alone?
It's the best.
I love it so much.
It's empty still. Like, yes, it feels lonely. Like, I just was hitting my pen last night and, like, watching a movie. I'm like, this is real lonely.
Bring people over.
Well, I mean, I know you're going to the gym, but now I think that you are living by yourself. I think you need to go do, like, trivia or, like, get out of your house more regularly so you're not just sitting home by yourself.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a lot of money either.
There's activities that you can figure out. Just so you're not such a lonely boy. Maybe get a dog.
Plus, stop hitting the pen so much. That's just going to make you feel lonelier.
I don't hit it. I only hit it at my leisure. Like, when I get home from, like...
Yeah, but if you're not doing anything, then your time is all leisure time.
Mm-hmm.
But I am doing something. Like, my day is not done till, like, 9 p.m. Like, tonight, I'm going to Orange Theory after work, and I do the 8 o'clock class. I'll be done at 9. I go home. I shower. I have, like, maybe an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours before I go to bed. I'm like, I'm just going to, I don't know, scroll on Instagram or watch TV and hit my pen, and then probably toss off and go to bed. That's literally all I have time to do. Everything's closed. I'm not
Come to High and Dry.
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not going to want to do that after I work out. I'm going to want to stay inside. It's the first time I've been in my house.
You don't ever socialize with the people that you work out with?
I did, but they...
Rejected him.
No, I mean, everyone's busy. Like, I did. There was a couple people I made friends with.
That's what they
there.
told him. Oh, boy, I'd love to. I can't. I'll see you later.
Aw, he's Paul Rudd in I Love You, Man.
Yeah.
He's got no friends.
Uh-huh. Well, all right.
And
Well, it's,
I just got told this morning that, oh, yeah, I didn't feel a spark between us. He was like, just didn't want to lead John. I'm like, okay. So
That's very candid. Why waste time?
I give him credit.
Yeah,
so,
of course.
So I'm like, all right. So it's just another thing. I'm like, man, come on. I'm hanging on by a thread.
Said, okay, fine, but you're going to regret it when I win Best Sports Talker.
Yeah, right?
I could have had that.
Yeah,
You'll learn. You'll be back. All right, well, Alan, my last year in the Marines, I was the substance abuse control officer and responsible for drug testing over 1,300 people. I had to watch the urine leave their body and collect in bottles. I don't have PTSD from my tour in Iraq, but I've had nightmares about having to drug test people.
Can I have that job?
Yeah,
you want to
right,
watch dudes pee?
Yes, I would. I mean,
yes, and get
yeah.
paid for it. He absolutely would.
I was looking for an alternative, to supplement my income. I would totally do that. Can I watch your remote?
Remote.
Can you put a camera there and I'll just watch?
He's like, I got myself a front hustle.
What I like to do, pee-pee-poo, pee-pee-poo, poo-poo. I like to do too, poo-poo, pee-pee-poo. Poo-poo, pee-pee-poo, poo, pee-pee-pee-pee, poo-poo-poo. Oh, pee-pee's what I like to do, pee-pee-poo, pee-pee-poo, poo-poo. I like to do too, poo-poo, pee-pee-poo.
We haven't heard from Joe from Philly for a long time, but they had their pitcher last night, who's bounced around a bit. He played for the Tigers for a minute. I think the Reds drafted him. But he got the 14th no-hitter in Phillies history last night. At their home stadium. Where do the Phillies play? It used to be Veterans Field or something. And
yeah, that was a long time ago, though.
Was it?
I don't know whether...
Probably. It's Citizens Bank Park now.
Okay.
Looking at this sign that's right in the thing. Michael Lorenzen, I think is his name, and he's the guy that pitched the 14th no-hitter in franchise history. With his whole family there.
Swung on, popped up, shallow center field. Rojas sprinting in, he's under it. He has space, makes the catch, and Michael Lorenzen has thrown the 14th no-hitter in Philadelphia Phillies history. He is being mobbed by his teammates as the Phillies shut out the Nationals 7-0.
Mobbed by his teammates. Very exciting. He's got a hot wife there. She's holding a baby. Baby doesn't care. I think it's very unsupportive of that baby to not react. Your dad just did something amazing. It's pretty rare.
Yeah, but when
there
it's your
you
dad,
are,
it's
goo gaga, just
it's like
spitting up on your mom's shoulder.
It's like the way our kids don't care that we're on the radio. They're like, yeah, that's what he's always done. So he's expecting his dad to do this. Even as a baby.
Even as a baby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So if you're a Phillies fan, that's a big
Don't
deal.
impress me much, says that
Don't
baby.
impress me much. You can leave voicemails for us anytime you like. The After Hours line. It's 216-986-8903.
Hi, Alan. It's Allison. I am one of the girls that put our boobs and butt on the glass on Sunday. And you said that we would never do it when you guys are actually in studio. Challenge accepted. We will be back. Mark my words. Hate the show. Love you guys. Bye.
Okay, well, I will believe it when I see it.
You know, I just shared that video, the Sir Mix-a-Lot put him on the glass video with somebody, with a couple of people the other day. They'd never heard it, and I was like, oh, this is the best. But you got to go to the Daily Motion version of it. Because
It's a classic
that's
banger.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds just like Baby Got Back, but it's put him on the glass,
Yeah.
and it is, in the uncensored version of the video, has a lot of boobs in it. It's very good.
That's right.
So, Allison, come put him on the glass.
Okay, well, we'll see. I mean, again, it's no big deal if there's nobody in this room on the weekend and you come down and put the pressed ham up there.
Well, I don't think this is fair. Can I authorize someone to get a pair of tickets if they coat the glass?
This isn't a pair of ticket situation.
What if they push the fruit basket up?
Yeah.
Against the no, they show the brain. No, no, thank you, because you're down there and I'm down here.
Oh, man.
So, nope, sorry. When you're doing the Poundcake show, you can do whatever you want to do. I wouldn't have even known that girl did that unless somebody told me. But
Yeah, she
again,
tagged me in her story.
don't impress on me much. And don't come down here like our friend yesterday, the day before, with the stickers for pasties.
Had pasties on.
Talking about full-on smoosh in our studio window. You're a grown-ass woman. Out there in Mansfield, they are going to be celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Shawshank Redemption. Did you know that they shot the Shawshank Redemption at the Mansfield Reformatory? They should mention that. Next year will be the 30th anniversary, and they're going to be doing a whole thing of the film's shooting sites. It'll be basically this weekend next year for the 30th anniversary. The top-ranked movie of all time on IMDb.
Really?
I don't know what that means. There's a lot of ways to rank a movie. I guess just by the people voting on IMDb.
Okay, Morgan Freeman is 86 years old, so he was 56. But yeah, he does look the same. And just the perpetually old man. And
like a
he's so good, though. That movie is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that's one of my, I don't know if it rises to the level of a hot take when people talk about more of an unpopular opinion that I think The Shawshank Redemption is not that great of a movie. My wife loves it. Gwen loves Shawshank Redemption. I saw it one time in the movie theater, and that was fine. But again, I must be in the minority
one
on
that when you catch on cable, you don't just go, ooh, I'm just going to watch this the rest of the way through.
Click right past.
Oh, my goodness. You're a psycho.
Nope.
Of all your hot takes.
Well, because I
cake.
remember reading the book. It was just a short story, I think, of Stephen King back in the day. And because I was way into Stephen King when I was coming up, so I was reading everything that he did. And then down the line, a little bit after college, they were like, oh, this movie is a Stephen King story. I'm like, ooh, I like that. It was Shawshank Redemption. I was like, oh, okay. And so, I went to go see it. It was fine. But I don't quite understand why it is so revered in cinema. But again, I'm in the minority on this because people love that movie.
It's a great story. There's the redemption acts part of it is huge. The acting is fantastic. The pacing is great. The cinematography is great. Like, it's just a great story from start to finish. And there's just so many iconic moments within it that are kind of like their own, like, bottle. It's almost like a bunch of little series put into one movie. So it's just, it's wonderful.
I mean, listen, it's no Hudsucker Proxy. Let's be real.
Never seen that.
For your Tim Robbins fix, of course, Mr.
No, I've seen Hudsucker Proxy.
Mr. Krabs is in the Shawshank Redemption. Shawshank Redemption is at the very top of IMDb's top 250 movies of all time, and the American Film Institute has it at number 72 on the list of the 100 greatest American films. So 1 year from today, this weekend, they're going to be doing this 30th anniversary big deal out there where they shot the film out in Mansfield and Ashland and Upper Sandusky and all those places. So if you are a fan of that movie, or even if you live out that way, now's the time to figure out how you're going to fleece fans for something dumb that you made connected to the movie. So just think about that. You got a year to work on it. Whatever your particular skill might be. If you're a welder, weld some poop pipe keychains or something. You know, little souvenirs for people who are coming out next year.
Sometimes I do things that are so lazy that I'm proud of it. The other night, I bought a movie on iTunes that I own on DVD. Just so I wouldn't have to get out of bed. So I said, you know what? If Shawshank Redemption is under $15 on iTunes, I'm buying it. $14.99. And sold.
Here's Gary Goldman. Today's National Lazy Day, Poundcake. So take that into consideration before you go work out tonight.
This is already scheduled.
Don't sell yourself short. Okay. I've got to take a break. You want to send a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where your pictures will happen, and you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
An aquatic event 4 years in 1007 or 800-348-1007.
Mary's out today. She'll be back tomorrow, though. Comedian Christopher Titus is back on the show tomorrow. Craig Ferguson will join me a little bit later on. He's got a new podcast called Joy. It's on the iHeartRadio app. A little over an hour from now. Catch up with Craigie Ferg. If you want to text 35192, and here is the way to do that. Guardians are hoping to split this series. Last game today against the Blue Jays, top of the sixth is 4-1 Cleveland. And then they will head to Tampa, where the Baltimore Orioles suspended their TV guy because he pointed out that historically they've had a real hard time there in Tampa, and I guess the owners didn't take lightly that. I don't know if the guy is back on the case or what's going on there, but dangerous times there in the booth. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app and you do it from out of state, tell me where you do that. I like to know where people are. Put them back here on the big bureau chief map. Denise listens in Tecumseh, Michigan. Ryan's in San Diego. Joe is in San Jose, California. Rodney's down in Garland, Texas. We have a lot of bureau chiefs in Portland, Oregon. Sasha and Jeff and Jarrett and Tatiana and Brittany. And they have lost a long time. You know, we can kind of feel their pain because of Cleveland losing the Lido Lounge over there on 117th, you know. It was there for a long time, and it's been closed for a minute now, but it's death by 1,000 cuts.
But it hasn't been closed. They reopened it. I see cars there on the weekend.
They're not just doing private parties?
I don't think so.
I thought it had been sold and then closed.
It was closed for a little bit, but then reopened for a little while.
Oh.
So I see people out there.
Well, Portland has lost one of its most fabled and valued strip clubs. The Sandy Jug has been there a long, long time. Now, it was a restaurant for a while. That's why there is a giant jug attached to the building. Makes it a local, very notable landmark. But Portland is a city that has a very, very extensive history with strip clubs because the laws in that state forbid any regulation of free expression. And so strip clubs aplenty and crazy right-wing militias aplenty. But now they have one less there in Portland, Oregon, because the Sandy Jug has been shut down. And it used to be a restaurant a long time ago, and then it was a couple of other things. A long time ago, it was a gas station. But they've closed with seemingly little fanfare. One of our Portland bureau chiefs sent me the story. So the jug of its namesake is supposed to look like one of those old like moonshine things. You know, it's got the little finger handle and looks like it'd have 3 X's on it.
Yeah.
Somebody's out in the woods with a still. It's one of those. And you may be familiar with it because it's been photographed a lot over the years or whatever, but it was became a number of different things, but for a long time it was a strip club. And now it's not there any longer. So just one more of your freedoms being taken away. People there in Portland, Oregon, losing. Now, by the way, if there was not a stripper who called herself Sandy Jugs, that is a real missed opportunity for a place called the Sandy Jug. You think that'd be the first name taken when you get in there? Of course, you'll recall years ago we talked, because Portland has so many strip clubs, they have a vegan strip club. Remember when we talked about the vegan strip club some years ago?
Vegan strip club riot. Yes. Didn't know Boca made roast beef.
A big fight at the vegan strip club. I don't know if that one's still open. I don't know. Somebody should develop, unless there already is one and I'm not aware of it. I'm a big strip club guy. But somebody should develop a strip club, let you know if they're still open. Not just like daily hours, but if they've been closed. You know, sometimes you'll go to Google and it'll say permanently closed. But you can't always count on that because, like you just said, we've been hearing about the Lido Lounge being teats up. for months now. But you say it's open on the weekends. Like to get some kind of confirmation on that.
I'm pretty sure my buddy was there not that long ago. Yeah.
So personal confirmation.
Yeah.
He's like, I thought it was closed, but
also I drive past it on the weekends and I see cars in the parking lot.
Okay.
And it's at night when it would be, people are in the parking lot walking around. It's open on weekends, I believe.
Okay.
I don't know if it still is, but it was for the last month or so.
Well, maybe they haven't set. I thought that it was like imminently due for demolition because, of course, they're going to put a Bank of America there.
Well, there's a lot going on with that because they're combining a few different lots in that area to build that bank. It's not just the Lido Lounge that's getting ripped out. There's a few different lots that are going to get combined to make that Bank of America.
I wouldn't imagine that you would need much more space than the space that exists at the Lido Lounge for a bank branch. I don't know why they need like a bank metroplex or something there. Why don't they build the Bank of America, but maintain the Lido Lounge adjacent to it, like it's an annex?
Strip club bank
like
is a great idea.
Ass annex.
There
yes.
you go.
Strip club and banking. Penalty for early withdrawal on either side.
Make it a Wells Fargo.
Yeah,
I was sitting on that one from yesterday
yeah,
because
Wells
we were talking
Fargo.
about sperm banks yesterday, and I had that but didn't find a place for it, so it got recycled for today.
Yep, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, that's good news.
It's a sausage party. Why not tell you how the sausage is made?
Mm-hmm. Peel back the curtain, as it were. I got a text from Christina, who's one of our bureau chiefs in Las Vegas. She's from Ecuador.
Oh, she is a sexy lady.
She's cute, right?
Yeah.
Alan, you have to look at Pulgoso. This is a cartoon in Spanish that I used to watch as a kid. He sounds just like when Bill was laughing yesterday talking about Rush Hour. Now, Pulgoso is just the Spanish language version of Precious Pup. If you're really old, like me, you remember a cartoon called Precious Pup. It was Granny Sweet and Precious Pup. And he would, like, do the wheeze laugh, right?
Yeah.
That was Precious Pup.
There was another...
Muttley.
Muttley, yeah.
So Hanna-Barbera, so I don't know if the same guy did it, but Precious Pup was on for a couple of seasons. I was like a friggin' toddler when that was out. But then Muttley showed up, dastardly, and I still have a Muttley t-shirt that I'll wear occasionally, and it was the same thing. Right. So Christine out there in Vegas realized when Bill was talking about his unbridled love of the movie Rush Hour, because they announced that Chris Tucker is going on his first stand-up tour in a decade. That's going to bring him to Playhouse Square, I think in October. And I mentioned that I had never seen any of the Rush Hour movies. They made 3 of them. Plans to make a 4th. But Bill recounting the movie really made me want to see it.
Some really funny parts.
The Chinese guy is played by Jackie Chan. He's a martial artist guy and actor. And he touches... He like tries to change...
Mm-hmm. He can't even
so much.
Boy, this movie sounds so funny. I cannot wait to see this.
Don't ever touch.
Don't ever touch a black man's radio. Yeah.
Are you high?
No. These movies are so funny.
funny.
Poundcake, he's telling me the funny parts, all right? These movies are 25 years old. That's you. Talking about Rush Hour.
Rush Hour gets me in that state with that
Tell you
really
what.
funny part.
That's no lie. I watched Rush Hour last night. I'm burying the lead. I laughed just like that. Every minute of that movie.
2 times.
Huh?
Every minute of the movie?
Every minute of
I
the movie.
only told you about 2 parts in that. That were funny.
Every minute of that movie made me laugh just like that.
Oh, good.
Just like you. Because it was such a fish out of water. It's 2 fish out of different waters.
Yeah, they're going to get along, but then they do.
Yeah. Don't touch a black man's radio. That was the line, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He like tries to change.
Mhm.
And Chris
Because it's just unbelievable when you're watching the movie.
Mm-hmm.
You go, they can never top this. And then what do? Rush Hour 2. 2 Rush 2 Hour. And then when you barely have any breath left in your body, they come around the corner, full tilt boogie, Rush Hour 3. Of course, Chris Tucker's laughing like that all the way to the bank.
Absolutely.
So good for him, because there's nothing wrong with that. And Jackie Chan, off screen, he's had no shortage of controversies, but whatever. And Chris Tucker wants to get back on the road, back on stage. It's called the Legend Tour.
Was Jackie Chan canceled? I don't remember.
I think he was like, I don't know if he beat up his wife or something, but he's like a communist, or I don't know what. Jackie Chan's got, listen, man, it's a different culture. Jackie Chan has got a couple of different things going on. Didn't they reboot the Karate Kid with him and Will Smith's kid?
Yep.
Yeah. But, and he's got some movie coming out with John Cena, I think, or he's in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles thing. Somebody asked me if you had seen that.
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't been.
I didn't even think it was out yet.
No, it came out last week, and I haven't been to the theater since Oppenheimer.
Mm-hmm.
And mostly just busy and enjoying the summer.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to get to see it this weekend, but no promises.
Alan, if you're going to do a strip club bank, don't forget the ATM. Hint, hint. Right. That jug with the finger handle, is that for the whole finger? Nope, the one right next to it. So, yeah. Anyway, Bill could not have described that movie more accurately. And I didn't actually watch it last night.
Oh, okay.
But, maybe I will.
You feel like you did, though.
I mean, I feel like I was there, yes. Yeah. And it represented a perfect moment in time, I think, for two cultures to come together. So what's the setup? Why are they together in the first place?
A Chinese diplomat's kid gets kidnapped.
Yeah.
And so it's
here
in America.
Or Chris Tucker goes over there.
I think that's like the third one that goes over there.
Oh, they waited 2 more to send him over there? Yeah.
But, this Chinese diplomat's kid gets kidnapped, and so Jackie Chan is the tracking him in Hong Kong and has to go all the way to America to stay on the case. And Chris Tucker is supposed to babysit him, basically, because they don't want him involved in the case, and they don't want Chris Tucker involved in the case because he's too much of a wild card.
Right. That's also what made Brett Ratner, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When Brett Ratner was a thing before he got Me Too'd. He did Rush Hour. And then I think he did one of the X-Men movies.
Yeah, he did the third X-Men movie.
I think that's funny. That's what I like about a lot of those 80s and some of those 90s cop movies is the premise that there's a guy from another country and he comes over, but the federal officials don't want anything to do with him. They go, no. So they just dump him on the local cops.
Yep.
Which is not how that works, right? It's an international situation, so you would get the federal authorities. But in the movies, the FBI goes, nah, you take him. We're too busy. And he gets set up with a local cop. And hijinks ensue.
I believe Chris Tucker's dream is to be a federal agent.
There you go.
And so he's been like rejected by them a bunch of times.
I mean, imagine if there was an international incident that required an international response that happened here in Cleveland, and the local field office said, we're too busy, give him a Cleveland cop, and they'll figure it out.
Well, it's not that they're too busy. It's that they think he's just going to get in the way. Like, they don't need his help.
They don't need they don't need
it's
Jackie
more of a
Chan's
formality
help.
that they're like, oh, yeah, he can help. But like, we don't really want him to help. And they go, oh, we know what we're going to do. We're going to pawn you off with this guy.
I see. They dump him on Chris Tucker. So they think it's going to go away. Okay, well, anyway. I wish Mary
And
was
they're
here.
supposed to stay out of their business.
Right.
But do they?
Don't get in my
They
way.
end up being the ones that solve the case.
Wish Mary was here today because I was reading about, you read more and more about what professions could be put out of work because of artificial intelligence. In the first kind of wave of automation, there were a lot of blue-collar jobs that were lost. And there may be some of that too, but AI is different in that it will probably force a lot of attrition in white-collar jobs. So you'll have people that are in positions that are a little bit comfier, traditionally make a bit more money. Those people are going to be feeling the pinch this time around. And another line of work that could very easily be replaced, according to this person who wrote this article, by artificial intelligence, psychics. There could be AIs, because what do? They just take the data that they're given and they extrapolate very specifically. I bet you would get more specific information from an AI psychic than you would from a human person, because they have a vast database, right? And they're not affected by human preconceptions. So let's say that you're a psychic or a medium or whatever you prefer to be called. Artificial intelligence could become for your job, and you go, well, no, because I have a gift. I have a sixth sense that AI could never replicate, that a machine could never replicate. It's finite in its abilities to do things because it's only as smart as the data it's given. In that way, it's like any other computer. It's only as smart as the people who made it. Only as smart as the data it can process. But I say we put this to the test. I think we get a series of psychics. We pit them against AI, and we see how well they do. Robot clairvoyance. And then you compare the two. Now, I don't believe in any of that stuff, but I believe in data. Now, the first time that your AI psychic hallucinates, that's going to be fun too, because, that's a problem with AI as it is now. They call it a hallucination, where it will, however it collates the data, it will come up with some really wild stuff that isn't rooted in fact. I was reading a thing the other day. Somebody was trying to do an AI recipe. And what it kicked back was, do you see that?
Yeah.
What it kicked back was one of the ingredients was chloroform or sodium chloride or some kind of acid that they told you to put in your spaghetti sauce or something like that. Obviously, you're not going to do that. Now, the people who drive into a river because their GPS told them to do that, those people are going to end up putting sulfuric acid in their spaghetti sauce, thanks to AI chefs. But AI psychics might very well be the wave of the future. I don't know. So you're really going to have to lean into that whole sixth sense thing. You're going to have to find a better way to scam people.
Yeah, what I saw
is what
was-
I'm trying to tell you.
It was a meal planner that suggested a recipe that would create chlorine gas.
There you go.
A little pinch of this, a little pinch of
Oh,
that, and we're
boy.
dead.
I think it needs more pepper. What is the I'm getting a real weird finish in the back from this sauce. Oh, that's the chlorine gas.
Oh, human flesh as well.
Human flesh and chlorine gas.
Yeah.
I've got those Offspring tickets for you. They're doing the Let the Bad Times Roll tour. It's going to get them out to Blossom. They're bringing Sum 41 and Simple Plan with them. Oh, man, you are going to party like it's 1999. So I'll have those after the break. The show is August 22nd. It's a couple of Tuesdays away out of Blossom. Anything else you want to text for? Get me a 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeart
Going to be talking to Craig Ferguson around 4 o'clock. I always like chatting with him. Very funny dude. Remember him from the Drew Carey Show.
Yeah.
Way back in the day. I always so closely associate him with his talk show and other things that I forget about the Drew Carey Show. A show in which they assured the world, or at least the viewing public, that Cleveland rocks. Didn't get into that show.
Oh, I love that show.
Well, yeah, around here, I'm sure everybody dug it.
Yeah, but it was
because people already knew who Drew Carey was here.
I didn't know who he was until
really?
the show. I was a
You
little
never
kid.
saw him, but you didn't see him on like Johnny Carson?
No.
Oh, he's a funny dude.
I was a kid.
Yeah.
He was in I didn't watch it. By the time Johnny Carson left, like, that's when I first started watching late night.
Oh, Jay Leno?
It was like Leno and Letterman.
Hmm.
And even then, it was rare that I'd be up late enough to stay for the comic.
Yeah.
Because that'd be at the end of the show.
I'd always sneak out for the comic.
Yeah.
My parents would watch Carson, and I'd sneak out for the comic.
But then when it got to like the mid-90s, I was more of a Conan guy than either of Leno or Letterman. I always loved Conan.
Yeah. Conan and Letterman, I think, were the guys that I dug. Of course, by that time, Letterman was probably on CBS.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
Craig,
I don't think I ever saw more than like 1 or 2 episodes of the Carson Tonight Show.
Yeah.
And it would just be like, because when did he leave? 91?
92, maybe?
92? Yeah, so I was 10, so I wasn't staying up watching late night talk shows all that often.
When you were 10,
No.
you were, oh, hey, Dad, could you turn Carson on?
Yeah.
I'm 10. So, yeah, I talked to Craig Ferguson around 4. He has a podcast on iHeartRadio. It's called Joy, a podcast. I'll have cruise tickets for you in about a half an hour or two if you want to join us on the return of the Alan Cox Show cruise. I'm doing ticket stops. If you can't get through today or if WMMS.com has not coughed anything up for you, I'll be out tonight and tomorrow night, 2 in a row. I'll be at Dina's Pizza and Pub in Cleveland tonight on Memphis Avenue, 8 to 10. And then tomorrow night, same time, in Lakewood at Game On.
And how are people going to win the tickets again?
We're going to play Battleship.
So you'll have a
Or
Battleship setup.
Yep, Battleship game set up. I will have my ships set. And I think I have 15 pair of tickets each night. So 15 tonight, 15 pair tomorrow. So the way I plan to do it is I'll have my ship set up, and you go D4, miss, right? Take your name, put it in a bowl. If you miss, draw at the end. Unless I blow through, unless there's a string of hits, and if somebody goes B9, hit. You get a pair of
My
tickets.
favorite vitamin. Ha ha.
Don't let your tumor hope your tumor is B9. The old bingo jokes.
Yep.
Is there a vitamin B9? Should I be taking that? I
think
got to
it's
look into
B12,
that.
but,
Yeah,
you know.
B12, B6. I like to take all the Bs.
Just take 2 B6s.
That's the B12?
Or like, yeah.
Yeah.
Or take
a B4.5?
Yeah.
2 of those? So if you want to join us on the cruise, again, I have tickets today and tomorrow at $350, all next week at the same time. You can go to WMMS.com at the contest tab. And then tonight and tomorrow night. It's presented by MMS and Bud Light. We're going out on the Nautica Queen on Saturday, August 26th for the afternoon. And we cannot wait. Big month. Bookended with Buzzard Fest and the Alan Cox Show cruise. So we'd love to have you along. I don't recall, and again, we haven't done one since 2019, but even before that, we had done 4 or 5 of them. I didn't ever recall one where the weather was bad. Am I misremembering?
We've had like a little bit of rain. There was
Not like a terrible year.
not a
was
terrible, but like we had the one where there was rain and we all had to go below deck, and the lick, there was the lick,
The lick.
or the sniff, or
Refresh
something.
my memory about the
It-
sniff.
There was an alleged
Stripper Scott
Stripper
sniffed
Scott
Erica.
sniffed or licked Erica or something like that.
No, he like sniffed her shoulder.
Yeah.
And boy, did that become a thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you've really got to keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah.
Because We ain't about the non-consensual
Sniffy licky.
Sniffy licky.
Sniffy, whatever it is, right?
Whatever it was. Yeah.
People are having some pops. They're having a good time. They have, even stone cold sober, there are people who have zero idea of how to conduct themselves in a social situation.
I think Stripper Scott made an awkward movement that made people think he did something worse than he did.
Well, because he contended that he didn't do that, right?
Right.
He said that that was not what he did.
Someone took a picture at a weird angle and then...
Was a video.
Oh, a video, okay.
Well, then let's hope that the weather is perfect.
No.
So we don't even have a situation like that where we are crowded around below deck,
Well,
right?
People still, at the Polar Blast, people used to give me moose knuckles all the time, so...
Not all the time. Two guys lifted you up 1 year, right?
Pictures still
all the
floating
time.
around
So
somewhere.
yeah, I mean,
It's always the macho guys that look like they mow their lawn with their shirt off. It's always those types that always want to lift me up.
and you don't mean in a supportive way. You mean physically.
Physically lift me up.
Right.
Like, you put a leg over here, you put a leg over here, and then we're going to take this picture. Like, why would you do that?
We have a look at you now. They ain't going to tussle with you now.
Oh, they might. They might like
Look
a
at them
challenge.
guns. Give him 2 tickets to the gun show. Look
Mm.
at that. See? And he's going back tonight.
Yeah.
He's getting prepped where by the time this cruise happens, if we need to, he can pull the anchor up.
Before the cruise,
Not that we drop the anchor, but in a situation, he'll be prepared, yes?
before the cruise, I'm taking a little weekend getaway as well.
Right before the cruise? Like that weekend?
The week before.
Yeah.
The
22nd.
It's.
Oh, I'm sorry. The 19th? Yeah.
19th to the 21st. That Monday, I'll be driving back. I'm going to Angola, Indiana.
Oh, not the country.
Correct. I'm not flying to Africa just casually.
You going to the RV museum? What are you doing?
No, there's.
That's in the RV museum is in Elkhart. You're going to Angola, Indiana. It's right off the turnpike.
Yeah, it's a little beach.
Do we have a contestant at the window?
Hi. I don't know. She's cute though.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah. That's a small town. Why are you going to Angola?
Erica has a little. Her family is renting out a little beach house there.
Oh, you're going to a little Airbnb situation with Erica?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at you.
Little weekend
Wow.
getaway. It's the first time I've been. I was telling her.
And the Lauren family?
Yeah.
Wow. Ian and her family?
Yeah.
How did you wind your way into that?
I was invited.
Wow.
He's a bestie.
I was invited, and plus, like, I know all of her relatives from that wedding that I took her to years ago. I had to drive her, like, to her family's house in Chicago. Right. So I met, like, her extended family, her cousins and everyone.
Right.
But this is just, like, her husband, obviously.
We should get her on the phone and see how this actually happened. If it was an actual invite, or he's like, I don't have anyone to go anywhere with.
No, I was.
And she's like, talks to her family. Do you guys remember Poundcake? Yeah. Does anybody have a problem with me inviting him? Yeah. Well, could I do it anyway? Yeah. They're very agreeable. So Party Wendy is going to be there,
Yeah.
and Dave's going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I was invited like a year in advance. Like the last time they went, they were like, "What? You should come next time." I said,
Does it have a name? Is it like the Lauren Family Luau or something? Or
Lauren Family Luau.
The
No, but
Getaway?
I'll run that by them. Yeah, no, I didn't come up with a name, but I didn't know if I was going to be able to go because I'm really trying to. This is the month where I'm really trying to watch my finances to make sure like my budget, matches with where I am staying and like,
Understood.
my new expenses.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, man, life is unpredictable and it's just a weekend getaway. Essentially, all I'm paying for is gas to drive out there.
Now, are you going to be? Is it
so
like?
funny?
Are you going to be on a lake? Is it going to be like woodsy type stuff? Is it going to
He
be
said
what's it-
beach house.
Yeah, it's like a little lake.
Okay.
But I was telling her I hadn't been on a boat in like forever.
Listener just
Yeah.
pointed out, Poundcake knows that Angola is in Africa, but doesn't know who Mick Jagger is.
I don't think those.
Listen, his
two different things.
area of expertise is okay.
Yeah, but
Well, you're gonna be having a good time then.
and I also did find out.
There's a lot of lakes over there. Which lake are you gonna be on? Lake James? Which lake are you gonna be on?
I don't remember.
Potawatomi's over there too.
No, I don't know.
All right.
But I'll keep you guys posted. But yeah, that is just a weekend getaway, and
A Saturday and Sunday, or are you going to be gone that Friday?
Saturday, Sunday, and then that Monday I'll drive back. It's only like 3 hours, so I'll drive back Monday night.
Yeah. All right.
But-
You're going to be gone that Monday.
Yes.
All right. Well, let me make a note of that.
But it's just funny.
Poundcake's last
shirking
day,
duties.
August. He's been too reliable.
Yep. Let me
So
break that.
his last day is the 18th?
His last day will be, yes, Friday the 18th.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Never seen
ever again.
Just in time.
He'll have to climb onto the boat. We won't let the ramp down for him. Yeah.
I was just telling her I hadn't been on a boat other than the Corona cruise, like an actual boat in years. Like, I want to say almost 10 years.
Well, yeah, you're not out on like the lake. You don't have friends with boats, do you?
Yes, I do.
Oh, well, then why aren't you on the lake?
Invited.
Huh?
Because I wasn't invited on their boat. Like my uncle.
These people know better than Erica does.
But okay, again, she invited me to stay. Like the boat was just a bonus. But like, I have friends with like boats, and I always see pictures of them like, oh, it's a great boat day. They're just like laying out, looking real cute. I'm like, man, that looks real fun. Every time I see them, I'm like, hey,
It's overrated. Boats are fun for like half an hour on the lake, and then you're like, oh my God. I remember when I first moved, I moved back home to work when I got hired back home in Chicago. So I moved fall of 06. And so it was still warm enough. I mean, it was August. Yeah, it was about this time. So it was still warm enough where you could do some stuff. And I was kind of reconnecting with friends of mine at home that I'd kept in touch with. And a couple of them were like, hey, my buddy's got this boat. Let's go out there, right? And so my girlfriend and I go out on this boat. And we're out there for like 3 hours. And I'm like, guys, like, I can see, like because you just take it out off the shore a little ways, maybe like a mile out or something. And then you just kind of kicking it. And I'm like, I want to get the hell out of here.
See, I think with the right accommodations, you could really like make that like a stay because my friend.
Well, it wasn't a yacht.
Well,
it was a good sized boat, but it's not like, it sleeps 8 or anything like that. It was like a daytime dick around on Lake Michigan. So it was fine. But after a little while, you're like, I don't want to sit here and get drunk on this boat that I'm not driving, by the way. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know how good.
Yeah, like a friend of a friend is on the thing. So it was fun for like, an hour. But I'm like, oh my, like I can see the skyline, right? Like I can see
the shoreline,
everything right there. Yeah, I want to go back over there.
Yeah, I'm not like the Corona cruise is fine because it doesn't have like it doesn't
you have a bathroom,
wobble
like,
as much.
Yeah, it's a big.
But on a small boat, I went out on one a couple years ago, and between being in the direct sunlight, not my thing. Like it made me so seasick. I felt terrible the rest of the day.
I don't know what qualifies as a yacht because the last boat I was on, it was my friend's boat. It was my friend's parents' boat, and it was docked, so we didn't go out on it, but it was parked at the yacht club. And I get on this thing, and he's just like, "Oh, it's just a boat." And me personally, I consider any boat that has like 2 hallways in it is a yacht. Like, it had a bedroom.
2 hallways. Yeah, that's a big boat.
There's a huge boat because it had like an upper level, and I didn't even count that. But it had like a lower level where you could walk down. There's a hallway, and then you turn, and then there's like another hallway where there's like 1 or 2 bedrooms. They weren't big, but still, you could be in there and, do something. And we just were on the boat and got drunk, and I was like, why do we ride all the way out there to just party on his boat? He was like, well, this is where we're staying right now. I'm like, okay. But we didn't go out anywhere. It was just docked. So I didn't even really count that as being on like a yacht because I would have loved to be out there, take a nap leisurely if you want to, and then come out and enjoy the sunlight, enjoy all the things that a boat has to offer. But being on like a speedboat, I don't know. It gets wobbly. It goes really fast. And I feel like if I haven't been on one in a while, I would lose my balance.
Yeah. Well, anyway. But you'll be on a boat though with the Erica weekend?
I believe so, yes.
you imagine Poundcake shows up and she goes, okay, this is what you're going to be wearing. It's a tux. They want him to like serve everybody at the cabin in the weekend. He's there to be DJ weddings. I'll Venmo you at the end of the weekend if everything goes well, but here's what you'll be wearing.
That would be messed up.
Drive all the way there to be the help.
The help. Right, but you're not the only one. There's like 4 other people. They were just one short. You want to come hang with us for the weekend? Yeah, that sounds fun. They're all out on the boat in the lake, and you're back there like cooking. Putting down place settings and, yeah, DJ weddings, DJ place settings. That's all right.
Hey, Alan. Trucker John, king of I-71. Hey, man, I was listening to the yesterday's podcast, which I do every night, and Poundcake was talking about how he would walk into a private plane with his oversized sunglasses and fur coat, snatch the champagne flute off the tray, not even recognizing the person holding it. Poundcake cracks me up. Do you think if he would be the world's worst rich person or an okay rich person? And Poundcake, you're going to win this sports talker contest. Have you given any thought to what outfit you're going to wear at the banquet for your speech? Purple, neon pink, something that makes a statement? All right, that's all I have. Trucker John out.
You know that there's no speech, right? I mean, there's...
No, but I'm still going to walk in with my canary yellow.
Okay, well, that's the answer. That canary yellow is
There
what
you
he's
go.
going to
I
do,
love
Trucker
it,
John. Yeah. I happen to... the earlier question, would Poundcake just be the worst insufferable rich person ever? You're never going to top Elon Musk for insufferability. I think you'd probably be okay. All evidence to the contrary. I don't know why I think that. I think if you became crazy rich... I think all these anecdotes of you telling people to, lick your boots or whatever, I think, that might get old real quick.
No, let me lick your boots.
And then
I got the money to do it. I'll be one of those rich people that just
you're throwing hundreds at people to lick their boots.
Yeah, I'm just bored really easy. I'm like, I've done everything. I'm so tired of traveling. Now I just want to degrade people.
But that's when that's where his head goes. Not, hey, maybe I could donate some of this money to a local charity. Hey, maybe I could build a school. Let me just degrade people.
I need to see reactions.
Mm-hmm. Imagine the reaction from a group of people who found out that they had a brand new place to live. Imagine that.
Let me smell
low-cost housing.
Nope. Not good enough.
Nope. Let me smell your belly button. Oh, are you homeless and you want an apartment here? You do? Let me smell your belly button.
Gotta smell your belly button.
Yep. Guy's like, all right, get over here, and as long as I got a new place to live,
look it up.
That's fine. All right.
You made your belly button fart.
No farting. Back on the streets.
Are these my keys? All right. Back on the street. No farting or you're back on the street. Oh,
You'd have so many arbitrary rules.
I know. Well, he wanted to degrade people, so there you go. All right, so there's your answers, John. He would like to degrade people with his large S, and canary yellow is what he'll be wearing.
Taylor Swift is quietly donating to food banks in each city she performs in.
Yep.
Where if Poundcake had that money, he'd be like, what you gonna do for the food homeless people?
That's right. He's loudly asking to smell everyone's innies.
Let me see it. Beg for it.
Uh-huh.
How you got an uncircumcised belly button? You got a howdy. Get out of here.
Not the kind of Audi I want.
All right, I'm going to have those cruise tickets for you. We're going back out on the Nautica Queen on the 26th for Captain Fun's Floating Fandangos. If you want to get on there, you got to win your way on, but I'd love to give you a couple of tickets coming back. So caller 10 will get those after the break. If you want to text for anything else, 35192.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Oh yeah! It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to join us on the 26th of this month for the return, triumphant, of the Alan Cox Show cruise. Captain Fun's floating Fandango goes back out for an afternoon on the lake. Brought to you by MMS and Bud Light. You got to win your way on, though. WMMS.com. Another way to win. Hit the contest tab there. Be at least 21. Be caller 10. And we'll see you there. We'll have a great time. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Studies show that listening to the Alan Cox Show helps reduce road rage by 60%.
Hey, learn how to drive, you dip.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Yo quiero pedir que mi negra me quiero, que tenga dinero y que no se muero. Ay, te quiero pedir.
Now, I will be doing a ticket stop tonight and tomorrow night, so if you have struck out here, you can come out and try to win tonight or tomorrow night. It's 8 to 10 with me, either night. Tonight, going to be at Dina's Pizza and Pub in Cleveland on Memphis. Tomorrow night, going to be over in Lakewood on Detroit at Game On. So either one of those, both of those, you pick. But we're just adding a bunch of people to the rolls here for the Alan Cox Show cruise. And I have been saying the Nautica Queen because that's what I've been told. 'Cause a lot of people have asked me, they go, they're retiring it. They got that brand new Lady Caroline. I've been told we're going to be on the Nautica Queen. I know the Lady Caroline made its maiden voyage on Tuesday afternoon. And that boat is set to replace the Nautica Queen. Nautica Queen's been out there sailing the river and the lake for 30 years. They're different sizes and, So my understanding, maybe we will be on the final voyage of the Nautica Queen. Imagine that. But I don't know. So yes, the Lady Caroline, a brand new boat over there to replace the Nautica Queen. But unless there's something I have completely missed, we'll be doing our cruise on the Nautica Queen. Maybe they don't want us messing up their new boat.
It's all them other sports talkers like, don't you let them on our boat.
Yeah. So, yes, the Lady Caroline is a brand new, shining, seafaring vessel. It's a little more luxurious, a little more modern, but we don't need that. This is not a highfalutin program. So, we've done our past cruises on the Nautica Queen. We don't know any differently. We're ignorant to the Lady Caroline. A lot of people are. They just had their they had their maiden voyage the other night. I wonder if they cracked a giant thing of champagne against the hull. I wonder if because it's bad luck if you don't do that, I think. If you don't christen a ship with a brand new, what do they call those? What's a big thing of champagne called? Not a handle, not a ball, a bell. What's a big thing of champagne called?
I don't know. I just thought it was a bottle of champagne.
Well, somebody will tell me. Big bottle of champagne is called a Magnum. Is what I was thinking of. So I don't know if they did that against hopefully if they did, it went okay and not like, like a Caddyshack type situation or anything. But so I don't know. Maybe we will be the final voyage of the Nautica Queen. But tonight, tomorrow night, doing those ticket stops. All the details for you at WMMS.com. Have you watched any of the footage from Maui? We have bureau chiefs there, specifically in the town that's like completely gone up in flames.
I have not.
There's a town called Lahaina, and this thing is like burned to the ground. And we have a guy named Nick, who at one time was a bureau chief there. I don't know if he is still there, but Nick was our guy in Lahaina, Hawaii. And if you've watched any of the footage, these wildfires in Maui are just like torching the coastline and the town of Lahaina, which is a very, very old town, and it's been obliterated by these wildfires. 36 people died across Maui. Imagine you're on one of the other islands where they're having no problems, right? You probably have, for natives, people maybe born and raised there, you might have family on Maui and you're on one of the other islands. I was reading about some airlines are offering like $20 fares to get people off the island. So the hurricane winds are blowing the flames much farther than they would be otherwise. But Lahaina is a big tourist destination. Used to be the capital of Hawaii back in the day. And huge areas of it just destroyed. There's a piece of viral video that was going around of these guys trying to get out when they're in a car. Everything around them is on fire. Did you see that?
No.
And they're freaking out.
That's crazy.
As you would expect. And every time there's huge wildfires like this, you'll see one of those kinds of pieces of video. You'll see people in their car trying to get out before their street or their house or the car they're in is consumed by these flames. I don't know what started it. I just know that the hurricane winds, obviously, are what is spreading it.
Well, it wasn't Billy Joel and it wasn't Fall Out Boy. They deny it.
Yeah. So the fires have decimated cell service and electricity on the island, leaving tens of thousands of people with no power. Lahaina looks like a bomb went off, one woman said. There is nothing left. So they're describing Maui as having widespread devastation, according to FEMA. And but it's a wild situation there. Because, the first thing I thought when I saw the name of that town is we've got a guy down there. Or did at one point. Again, not everybody updates me. And we've had our bureau chief list for 13 years now. And he's somewhere middle of the pack. So I don't know if he's still there. But if he is, I hope everything's okay. And, who knows? It's only a matter of time before anywhere you live could be subject to something like this. I was listening to Dieter's Conspiracy Corner this morning. And he was like, how can things be on fire? They're surrounded by water. And there are some
just asking the dumbest questions.
And there are some people listening going, yeah, that proves it's all fake. But it would be ironic at best to be living on an island, which is normally green and lush. There's a reason people go down there. My parents, when my dad was alive, my parents were not seasoned travelers. I wasn't on a plane until I moved to LA when I was like 20, 21. That was the first time I'd ever been on a plane. And so, we didn't take road trips. My parents hated to travel. But in their older years, they traveled. And they went to Pearl Harbor because my dad was a veteran and that was something he wanted to see. And they just loved Hawaii. No, everything's really, really expensive down there. That's part of it, But everything's expensive up here now, too.
So might as well be
in paradise. Absolutely correct. So, yeah, my parents went to Hawaii a couple of times and had a great time. Loved it. But what's going on down there now is it's awful. It's terrible. Hurricanes are only in the Atlantic. They're typhoons in the Pacific. Well, yeah, I take your point, but this was saying that winds from Hurricane Dora, I would assume that they would know what they're talking about. Maybe those winds that just... residents had been preparing for Hurricane Dora, which skirted south of the islands and had no reason to expect the quickly developing blazes, is what this says.
Man, that's depressing.
We expect rain. Sometimes we expect floods. We never anticipated that a hurricane that did not hit the islands would cause these type of wildfires.
That's depressing. Can we talk to a charming Scotsman to change the mood?
You mean like Craig Ferguson?
He'll do.
Oh, okay, good.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
Hey, Craig.
Alan, how are you?
How are you, sir?
I'm good. You know, I went to school with a guy called Alan Cox. You didn't go to school in Scotland in the 1970s, did you?
Now, was it Brian Cox's son?
No, it was not Brian Cox's son. Which Brian Cox are we talking about, though? Scientist Brian Cox or actor Brian Cox?
Actor Brian Cox. His son's name is Alan. When I was a kid, he did a movie called Young Sherlock Holmes, and it was the only time that I'd ever seen my name spelled exactly the same way. And so it was, boy, it was a thrill for a young Irish lad like myself, Craig. But you're Glasgow's favorite son, yeah?
I don't know if you need to talk to someone in Glasgow about that. I don't know if that's true, but you know, I'm from there, but I don't know if I'm their favorite son. I don't even know if they remember me, but I'm from there.
You never got the key to the city or anything like that? Possibly tenuous, but I forget about your at least pop culture connection to Cleveland, that you were on the Drew Carey Show.
Yeah. I've been in Cleveland. I went to my first ever baseball game in Cleveland with Drew. Drew and I are still friendly, and you know, we became friends doing that show. And you know, it's funny because we shot it in Los Angeles, but it was always, you know, it was Cleveland when we went onto the soundstage.
Sure.
And it was, you know, we shot that big intro in Cleveland. It was everybody running down the street to Cleveland Rocks. It was a lot of fun.
Still the Indians back then when you went to the ball game.
It was, yeah. That was what the team were called. What are they called now?
They're the Guardians. They're named after traffic statues, Craig.
Okay. Well, that's a little less controversial, maybe.
Something's got to be, right? I mean,
yeah. But when I went to see him, it was my first ever baseball game. It was a beautiful day, first game of the season. You could see that the sun was shining on the lake. I was in the owner's loge with Drew Carey, and there was little nibbles and stuff. And I thought, well, I can see why people are into baseball. This seems fantastic. My second baseball game was nosebleed seats at the Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, which was also an interesting experience, but a very different one.
It was less of a thrilling. It's always nice when the red carpet is rolled out for you.
Yeah, it was thrilling, but in a different way. I feel like I wasn't really where I was meant to be at that point.
So Craig Ferguson's podcast, it's on the iHeartRadio network, by the way, right on our app there. It's called Joy, a Podcast. You know, a lot of people think that they have to get too clever with the titles of their podcasts, and it just obscures what's going on there, Craig. But you've called yours Joy, and I'm taking you at your word.
Yeah, I mean, what it is a way to, you know, it's a long form podcast, an hour long interview with me and one other person, and we have a discussion about joy. But it's not about euphoria. It's not. I mean, the first 5 minutes of every conversation about joy usually are, you know, what brings you joy? That's what people ask. But it becomes more of that. It's about what does life look like when it's not there? When in your life have you experienced the lack of it? And how do you get out of it? How do you cultivate, you know, some joy for yourself? Because I personally believe that joy is it's like oxygen. You know, you're going to need some, or you're not going to make it. So how do you get it? I mean, everyone's a little different, and it's always different at different times of your life. You know, when you're the joy that someone feels at 18 years old may be very different to what they feel at 61 years old. You know, I mean, it changes and it morphs and it turns into something else. And really what it happens is the conversation becomes about, you know, who you are, and how you see the world. And it forces the conversation to be personal and intimate. Not necessarily like, hey, what do you wear in the bedroom? But more, you know.
That might give you joy too. You never know. Talking about somebody's
no judgment from me.
Under things, yeah. But also to your point, with age and that redefinition of joy, a lot of times, whatever wisdom you've acquired will inform that.
Sure. I mean, look, Winston Churchill famously said, if you feel the same way at 60 as you did at 30, you've wasted 30 years of your life. You know,
Sure.
I mean, it's like your perspective changes as you get older, and there's no, you know, what I think is interesting, because I spent a lot of years in Hollywood, and one of the interesting mistakes I think or I consider it a mistake that people make in Hollywood is they try and remain the same age. I'm like, well, why would a person do that? That's impossible, you know. And also, why? But I think that is that is that what Garrison Keillor said, that everyone in Los Angeles is in their mid-30s, even the children are in their mid-30s.
Sure.
Everyone kind of tries to stay in the same place, and I don't think that's realistic or even desirable. I'm fascinated by the experience of life, and I'm talking to people at different stages of it and different perspectives. And the first dozen or so episodes will is celebrities or people in show business. But as the show goes on, I want to talk to people who are not in show business, who are not in my game, but who are in professions or walks of life that perhaps it's more challenging to put joy in it. Well, if you're an undertaker or a detective or an oncologist, how do you cope with that? Because you still need it. You're still a human being in a situation. How do you cope? And I'm fascinated by that, and that's really the idea behind the show.
And conversely, Frank Sinatra said, I feel bad for people who don't drink because when they wake up, that's the best they're going to feel all day. So it really is
Yeah.
a spectrum, right?
And it's very personal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very personal thing, and to have a discussion without kind of judgment attached to it, but just an interest. Not trying to make people feel like if you get great joy from your religious faith, who am I to say you're wrong?
Of
What I
course.
mean? And that's the fascinating part of it. Like last week's or this week, I guess, the guest was Kathy Lee Gifford. Now, Kathy and I have been friends for a long time, and one of the interesting things we're genuine friends. We socialize and stuff, and one of the things I find fascinating about our friendship is that we don't agree on really anything.
Yeah.
And yet we're good friends, and that I wanted to talk about that because Kathy has a very profound religious faith, and I'm not in that position, and I'm fascinated by what she takes away from that, and it is an interesting conversation.
That was the one episode I listened to, and I hadn't heard anything about or from Kathy Lee Gifford in a long time, and it was an extraordinary conversation. I thought it was, again, to your point, I think people that have completely different viewpoints are some of the best friends to have.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that's one of the things that social media is causing some problems with, is that you think you should agree with everyone you're connected to. And I'm like, why? I don't want to talk to people I agree with all the time. That's not interesting. Like you can't. That's just patting each other in the back. That doesn't seem like anything at all to me.
Craig Ferguson's podcast is called Joy, a Podcast. Now, to be clear, because I thought it was him talking to famous joys like Philbin and Behar and Lauren, and it's not that at all. It's him.
Right, you know what? That's not a bad idea, though.
It's him exploring the concept of the whole thing. It's on the iHeartRadio app. You've received every award that there is, Craig. I still consider you the most underrated late-night talk show host since the invention of the cathode ray tube. But congratulations on this. And I know there's other things that I would love to talk to you about. We're not really able to because of what's going on with the strike, but I hope that all gets figured out quickly. And I'm always a fan. Go find Craig online at Craigie Ferg on the social media. And Joy, a Podcast, is on the iHeartRadio app. I appreciate your time, Craig. Best to you out there.
Thanks, Alan. It's really nice to talk to you.
More than 6 but fewer than 10 minutes with somebody on the phone.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Listen to Aftershock on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Give stuff away, time to give stuff away, time to give stuff away, give stuff away.
All right, I got a couple of tickets here for you to see Disturbed back on the road, the Take Back Your Life tour. They have kind of a rotating cast of bands going out with them. Here in Cleveland, we'll get Breaking Benjamin and Ginger. It's a good lineup. Sunday, August 27th. It's going to go on out at Blossom. If you head over to WMMS.com, we've got the Disturbed Unstoppable Keg Crusher package. And you can win that. That includes tickets in the pavilion, access to the pre-show Unstoppable Keg Crusher bar, bunch of autographed limited edition merch, and lots more. So don't sleep on that. All the other info is at livenation.com if you should need it. But caller 10 gets this pair of tickets, Disturbed with Breaking Benjamin and Ginger, end of the month out at Blossom. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'll have another trip to Vegas for you. A little over an hour. Sending people to our iHeartRadio Music Festival, which is the 22nd and 23rd of next month out there at the T-Mobile Arena. I was looking right down on it from my hotel room when we were in Vegas for the 4th. Right across the street, T-Mobile Arena. All the big iHeart signs. Foo Fighters, Fall Out Boy, Lenny Kravitz, Sheryl Crow, Public Enemy, 30 Seconds to Mars, who just blew the joint up out there at Lollapalooza. And more. So we send you and a friend. Obviously, you got tickets to the whole shebang. We put you up. We fly you out. We give you $1,000 since you're going to be in Vegas after all. So 5:30 will be, I think, the last keyword of the day. I think Rover has one for you. Stansbury does one, and then I do one. So about an hour away for that. I was getting a series of texts from one of our bureau chiefs in Honolulu. Said Hawaii's going through a major drought. And there's a lot of tall, dry brush that can't be watered by the ocean's salt water. Hurricanes are not called typhoons in that part of the Pacific, they said. Because I was like, are the fires only on Maui? I said, there's fires on Maui and on the island of Hawaii. But they're on Oahu, where Honolulu is. They're getting a lot of wind, but they have a lot more resources than they have Honolulu. It's a big city. So they'll maybe get occasional brush fires, but it's a wild, wild situation out there. Very scary. Alan Craig Ferguson sounded like he was in Bill's stairwell where the fart happened.
Well, he's probably got a big echoey house.
Big echoey house on
I doubt he was in my stairwell. I probably would have heard about that if he was hanging out in Lakewood at our building.
Is Andy Dick still in town, by the way?
I don't know.
Wasn't that dude hanging around for like a month?
He's been around for a while. And
I was trying to get him out to Buzzard Fest once somebody told me he was still in town. I was like, that'd be great.
Someone told me that he let him crash with him for a day and like he broke his TV and it was just a big mess. Big mess. I'm like, why would you let him stay with you in the first place?
Yeah. Oh, you F with the dick, you get the horns.
Mm-hmm. There it is.
Now that is Bill's stairwell.
Yeah.
Site of the famous fart. Is it famous by now? I think so, right?
It's pretty
We're making
famous.
it famous.
It's a pretty famous fart. It's well known on this show.
As farts go.
As farts go.
Yeah.
It's well known.
Guardians end up splitting that series against the Blue Jays. The final score there 4-3.
We did it.
Did it. Yep. So now they head down to Tampa to play the Rays. That'll be a 3-game series. Tomorrow night at 6:40 is your first pitch. So we will join straight away after this show. We'll deprive you of the pregame, but we'll get right into first pitch when we roll out. So tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, that's your series against the Rays. They'll come back to Ohio to play the Reds, and then they'll host the Tigers.
When is that Reds game?
The Reds games are Tuesday and Wednesday. 2 games. in Cincinnati. That's not when you're going to be down there.
No, it's not. I'll be.
When are you going to be down there?
Cincinnati in September, the 7th through the 10th of September. Got to send an email out so we can set it up because I broadcast from down there last time I was there. I'd like to do that again. That way I don't have to miss any shows. We won't have video for those 2 days, but I would like to, still do some radio.
What's
It's
the
fun there.
What's the iHeart Cincinnati digs like?
It was nice. It's similar setups to what we have here. It's just in a high rise. It's not quite downtown.
But they have the new they have the new build.
They have the new build. Yeah. And I got to meet Rachel Steele last year when I was doing it. She was very cool, very attractive, and it's a good time. I liked it. It was fun to go down there and do it. I was in a room like Poundcake's in, so just like a little closet, but it was fun to sit there and chop it up with you guys without being able to see you.
I want to go somewhere and broadcast remotely.
You want to go to Cincinnati with me?
No, not necessarily Cincinnati.
Where do you want to go and broadcast remotely? Because we'll send you just to do that.
Okay, send me to New York.
No. Not doing that.
No.
Oh, you know what? We'll send you to New York. We'll send you to Ithaca, New York.
Buffalo. Poundcake live from Schenectady.
And then
see, we got our first, speaking of new builds, see what's going on out there in the suite?
What?
Got our first pipe drip.
Oh, I didn't see that.
You see that big garbage can?
Oh, that's what that's doing?
Yep, the pipe is dripping into the garbage can.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. At first, I thought maybe it was condensation from the AC, because for a while, like they were tinkering with the AC to get it to do what they wanted to do. Looks like a little more than that, though. So there's a pipe that's leaking into a garbage can there, out there in the front suite.
Wow. What a cool thing to deal with.
That'd be a lot of fun. That'll fix the flies.
I'm also going to be in Columbus August 31st at the Woodland Tavern. So that's, if you're in the Columbus area, get tickets for that show. Just
in the Woodland Tavern, Columbus.
Woodlands Tavern, I think it's
Woodlands Tavern.
And this one...
1200 West 3rd Avenue in Columbus, Ohio.
So Dave Chappelle has done a couple shows down there at a small club called The Attic, and those sold out in 10 seconds. I mean, as soon as they were on sale, they would sell out. Mine haven't gone that fast. So if you guys want, but we just got to get that hype going. So
when is that?
That is August 31st. It's a Thursday.
Are you on their schedule?
It's on my website. It should be. There's a Ticketmaster.
August 31st?
That's.
Their page said, 6 o'clock is happy hour with the Rainmaker Blues Trio.
That's why I'm sending them to my website.
Right. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Comedy Tub.
Yeah.
Present. They're not referring to you.
No.
Oh, like a bathroom tub.
Yeah.
Oh. That'd be very rude.
I don't care if it gets them to come to the show and buy some tickets.
Comedy Tub presents a stand-up comedy show featuring Bill Squire.
That's right.
Okay. You're the headliner for that?
Yes.
All right, sir. There you go. So you can go to Bill's or you can go to woodlandsproductions.com for the details. No, you just tell me where you want to broadcast, Poundcake, that is not New York City, and then we'll figure that out.
But why not New York City?
Because I've never even been to iHeart New York. I've never been invited to Bob Pittman's office.
I just want to pop in and say hi to all the people.
I'm just going to dip in.
They go, who is this guy? And hopefully at that point you can go, I'm Cleveland's best sports talker.
I have a friend over there that can help me out. That might introduce me to some people.
You have a buddy at iHeart New York?
Yes.
Who's that? The kid that works for Elvis Duran.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll hit him up.
I will, but I need time to go.
Right.
I honestly,
we'll put you on. We'll slap you on an Amtrak, and only 36 hours later,
I think you should have to travel by covered wagon.
New York.
Yeah, it needs to be somewhere that I would go like naturally, which I don't go anywhere, so I'll probably just stay here.
They don't got an iHeart in Angola,
Oh,
Indiana.
Angola.
Maybe Elkhart.
I mean, they do have radio stations in Angola, Indiana. They got like, what do they have there? It's probably all Christian contemporary. Do you mind sitting there? They got Thunder Country. And WLKI, their slogan is FM's best. I wonder if some of these radio stations got nothing going on. FM. Of course, that's a very small town. That's not. No, I don't think that there are any iHeart stations in Angola, Indiana. But, something to look into. And besides, you're going to be there, you're going to be out there with the Lauren Luau and having fun on the lake. You don't want to be working at any point there. You don't want to be messing with that.
I know, but I need my shmoney. So
he does need his shmoney, doesn't he?
Shmoney.
Yeah.
I'll work it out.
All right. I was reading about this dude who worked for Burger King for a long, long time.
Like how long?
Decades.
Why?
Because he's a guy who
just wants to work at Burger King.
Well, I don't know if he wants to work at Burger King, but if you have a job and you're not really skilled in any other way, this guy just stayed there. And they made a big deal. It's in Las Vegas. A guy named Kevin Ford, who has worked at the same Burger King for 27 years.
Sheesh.
And they made a big deal about the fact that he had never missed a shift in 27 years. He had posted a TikTok, or somebody posted a TikTok of him. This is at the airport. The airport Burger King at Harry Reid International, right? Fly in, get yourself a little BK, whatever. And so this TikTok was talking about his impressive work ethic. He was a cook. He was a cashier. Everybody's got to do everything at those airport fast food joints.
Trades.
You got to be. And the clip goes viral because of the gift that he got from Burger King for his 27th anniversary, never once missing a shift.
My guess is something very underwhelming.
He got a plastic goodie bag that had some candy, a movie ticket, a reusable Starbucks cup, 2 pens, 2 keychains, and a piece of chocolate cake.
A piece of chocolate cake
is what Burger King gave. Now, again, companies do not care about you. They don't care if you've never missed a shift. As far as they're concerned, you're not supposed to miss a shift.
Right, but they do care about optics, and this makes them look terrible.
I don't think they care about optics
care about
either. I don't. Where's the evidence that companies care about optics?
They spend a lot of money on PR to try and twist things in their favor, so they care about
They don't
optics.
anymore, though. They don't anymore. Maybe back in the day. But where is the evidence that companies care about optics? I mean, Yellow Trucking Company, right? They just filed for bankruptcy. 30,000 employees across the country lose their jobs. They had $700 million in COVID money that they got. The CEO is going to be fine, by the way, of Yellow. But tens of thousands of people out of work because they took on too much debt or whatever. Anytime one of these companies goes belly up, we're just talking the other day, much smaller in scale, but American Commodore Tuxedo, right? Doors are shut, sign in the door, hey, sorry, we're not a business anymore. Like people going to work
Well, those
there.
are businesses going out of business, so their optics they could give a crap. Burger King had a chance to do something really cool for this guy, and they did something really embarrassing for their company.
I don't think they were prepared for that.
They don't
because
care.
This person's not a manager.
The companies don't care.
Okay.
But I'm saying
Well, anyway,
they should care. What they should be doing is they go, okay, this guy is, what's the biggest problem all these places are having is staffing issues. You have a guy that has been there for 27 years. You have an opportunity to say, like, hey, this pays off. And they go, nope. Here's a piece of chocolate cake. Thanks for nothing.
Well, because it doesn't pay off. That's the point. It doesn't pay off.
But they could have made it.
Well,
they could have made themselves look really good, and they
Every
didn't.
company could do that. I mean, it should.
Free healthcare.
Listen, the silver lining is that they started to GoFundMe, and he got like $450,000 in it.
Well, then there it goes.
Yeah, like David Spade kicked in $5,000, and because the clip went viral. So it worked out for this guy.
Yeah.
But when like your go-to now in this country is a GoFundMe, whether it's you can't pay your medical bills or that's where we are now. Is other people kicking in because your company won't, or you don't have any health care, or so he's like, yeah, this gift bag, he goes, it was very clearly stuff that was just lying around.
I was gonna say, because why do they have a Starbucks cup and not like a
Right, it was just stuff that was laying around.
Yeah. You don't have no Burger King reusable coffee mugs? Like, there's got to be people, I don't know who, but there's got to be people that go through the drive-thru and get a Burger King coffee every morning.
Well, but also a lot of companies used COVID as an excuse to do a lot of things that before that they probably would not have done. This guy was like, look, before COVID, you get a check on your anniversary. It doesn't say how much. It wasn't like $10,000 or anything. But the company is probably like, hey, we didn't tell you to work there for 27 years. You got a job, don't you? Right?
We paid your bills. We weren't doing you a favor. We were employing you.
Well, they definitely weren't doing him a favor. He said, I would love to have some days off.
Oh, man.
But he never missed a scheduled shift in 27 years. He started working the job as a single father.
Now he's a double father.
Now he's a double single father.
And when he got custody of his 2 girls 27 years ago, and then he remarried, and he stayed there because I guess it was a union gig or something.
See, now I bet
Because it's probably an airport one, yeah.
He got health insurance, yeah.
I was going to say, Burger King's probably pissed because now this
yeah,
guy
like airport employees, right?
Yeah.
That's a whole other thing, yeah.
This guy probably has money, and they're like, man, we lost a valuable employee. Now he's not going to. They gave him those.
A valuable employee.
Valuable. But they're probably pissed because now they're like, now he's not going to come back to work. We were giving him stuff to, make him stay. We don't want to give him too much money.
But that's the point. Nobody's getting rich doing that. It's not like I don't think he was a manager. I didn't say anything about him being a
imagine
manager.
how
So
many.
you're not doing anybody a favor. I mean, they're like,
take
yeah,
the days off, man.
Hey,
Take
listen,
days
man.
off.
If this guy quit, they don't care. This guy quits. There's some other schmuck they'll get in there and do it.
But imagine the turnover he's seen in 27 years.
Like, probably worked with.
I was a manager.
He's almost 60 now.
Like all the people that has gone through, I wouldn't even feel right being his boss because I'm like, this dude's probably no more than me. He's like, oh yeah, that's Ronnie. He's just like that.
Ronnie. He says now he even sometimes pays for groceries of random strangers at the supermarket because he's so overwhelmed with gratitude. Every day now that I wake up, I'm excited, he says. But I think he's still working there. I don't know if he's still working there, but yeah, the goodie bag of things that are just lying around.
That's so disrespectful.
Oh, God. But that's what it is now. Like, they don't care.
At all. 27. They're like, with this bozo, we were saving it for his 30th.
Well, but then the question is, what would be appropriate for a guy who never missed a shift in 27 years?
A year-long vacation that they pay for.
No,
a year-long vacation.
I would say, take a
free Whoppers for life.
A free trip.
There you go.
You get a 2-week paid vacation to a place of your choice on Burger King's dime. That's more than enough.
Yeah. When the shake machine works, you get a free one. Now, it's not going to be often, but anytime that machine is working and is properly cleaned out, you get a free one.
Go to the place where there's the origin of the hamburger, or I don't know, they go somewhere.
Let them stay in the Burger King's castle for a night.
Where is that?
I don't know.
Oh,
it's got to exist. He's a real guy, right?
And again, Burger King is corporate-wise, they're in a bad way, right? Burger King's not setting I like Burger King, frankly, but compared to who they're competing against, they're not setting the world on fire, right?
I can't remember the last time I've had Burger King.
They're closing everywhere, and, so.
I purposely went to one because I knew there wasn't going to be a line. So there was I was in a pinch. I had to get something in a pinch because I
have a pinch 20 minutes after you eat it.
Nah, I just had to have something real quick. And I was like, oh my gosh. And then there wasn't a line, but it was a long wait because they had 2 people working there. I'm like, damn it. Can't win.
Did the Burger King guy retire? The way you're saying it is a 27-year anniversary. Who would celebrate it? No, he'd been there for 27 years, never missed a shift, was the point.
They just now realize it.
Well,
they waited till 30.
I don't know that he was celebrating it. Specifically, it was a TikTok thing that blew up.
Somebody filmed
talking
it and they
about
go,
it.
hey, this guy, 27 years. And people are like, 27 years, and they gave him a Starbucks cup and a piece of cake, and that's it?
Here's your piece of cake. It's probably like a bite of it, or it has like
at least
a piece of someone's anniversary on there. Like, oh,
what did Dan just celebrate 25 years? And like there was a whole big party for him.
Oh, Kensinger,
Yeah.
sales guy here, yeah.
the thing is, this guy was probably not on a corporate level. There's other corporate people that would be like, oh, yeah, I've been here just as long as you. If he's like still the fry cook, he's with a bunch of teenagers that are probably their first job or their first job out of high school.
Some, but there's a hell of a lot of middle-aged people now working fast food.
Retired people. I don't have money for this. I'm not bringing him a cake.
Alan Poundcake's going to be screening phones for 27 years. What will you give him? I mean, he won't be screening phones for me in 27 years, but maybe for someone else. That'll be their problem.
Yep.
He'll probably just what he wears laying around. I've got to take a break.
An unopened can of Buzzard brew.
Of
Here you
whoop
go.
ass.
Yeah. Found this in the storage closet.
No, it's lukewarm, but still good. All right, you want to text something? 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch. We'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. Call the Alan Cox Show Sausage Party.
Finally, we're getting a little more sausage at this party.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
But you may find that blood is not enough. Give blood, and there are some who say it's not enough. Give blood, but don't expect to ever see real.
A great Pete Townsend song from the 80s that kind of gets forgotten called Give Blood. He said it's one of the only tracks that he never even played on. He brought other guys in that he really dug, and he said, here's what I want it to sound like, and they put a song together, and then he kind of built it around whatever they did. But I was reading how the Red Cross Poundcake is ending the blood donation restrictions that were singling out gay men.
Oh, how nice.
So now you can finally go and donate. Which I know you talk to Poundcake for any length of time, he will invariably begin complaining about the fact that he can't regularly donate blood. Or am I thinking of someone else?
Oh, you're thinking of me.
It was you, right?
But now that I have the option to, I probably won't choose it because they should have chosen it a long time ago.
Teach him a lesson.
Oh, so out of out of spite.
So out of spite.
No, right.
Chief Petty
Spite for
Officer.
people who need blood?
I don't want to go anywhere where I'm not wanted, and you guys didn't want me for a real long time. Now that I'm invited to the party, I'm not coming.
Wow. Rather than think of it in terms of finally, now I can try to make up for lost time.
And help people out.
Yeah.
He doesn't like to help people.
I'll give blood the old-fashioned way.
The hell's the old-fashioned
Yes,
way?
explain what is the old-fashioned way of giving blood.
Leeches?
Cut me open and I bleed out, and you just take what you
You'd
need.
prefer that than, okay.
Over my dead body.
Understood. Yes, but then your blood won't be any good
Oh, well.
when your body's dead.
Guess you should have been nicer.
Yeah, they need live blood.
Shouldn't have been so standoffish.
Standoffish. If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app from wherever, tell me where you do it. I'll put you on our bureau chief map. Little talkback button there, too. You can leave us messages.
So while we're talking about Burger King, I just got to say, they got the best spicy nuggets around. Uncompetable. Sorry, Bill. Best milkshakes around. Uncompetable. Sorry, Bill.
Uncompetable. Oh, I love this dude. Uncompetable. That's a Poundcakeism right there.
Uncompetable.
Milkshakes around. Uncompetable. Sorry, Bill. Hate the show. Burger King's fire. It is crack. Them nuggets is crack. Hate the show.
Bro.
Them nuggets is crack. They're uncompetable.
Uncompetable.
Oh, that's my new favorite person. Whoever that is.
Uncompetable. I mean, hey, that's up to you.
It's no lie, man. You can't top Wendy's spicy nugs. You cannot. And they're not paying me. I've had them both. Had Burger King, had Wendy's. Wendy's is a superior spicy nug. It just is.
They're uncompetable.
They're uncompetable. Oh, I love it.
Uncompetable.
So while we're talking about Burger King, I just got to say, they got the best spicy nuggets around. Uncompetable. Sorry, Bill. Best milkshakes around. Uncompetable. Sorry, Bill. Hate the show. Burger King's fire. It is crack. Them nuggets is crack. Hate the show.
Uncompetable.
Oh, that is amazing. Thank you, sir.
Their chicken fries are uncompetable.
Those are pretty legit.
Those are all right.
Yes.
Do they even have them anymore, though?
Yes,
I feel
they
like
do.
They
Okay,
do, but the
they're
trouble
okay.
is, like, it's harder and harder to find one. Like, I have a Wendy's near me, and I would prefer that anyway, but because you can get whatever you want any time of the day.
Nope, that's not the case.
What? I think it's pretty true.
You
I
can get breakfast
I can
during
get breakfast at
hours
midnight.
only. No,
Can I get breakfast at 10 at night?
No. Breakfast hours only.
You know, I have my ticket stop tonight for the Alan Cox Show cruise. I'm going to be at Dina's Pizza and Pub there on Memphis tonight from 8 to 10. And I was thinking, man, on my way home, if I can get some Wendy's breakfast,
nope,
that would be amazing. You're telling me I can't do that?
Cannot. Do you see the voice of Dale Gribble died?
I did, yes.
That's a
From
bummer.
King of the Hill.
Yeah.
Yep. Dale Gribble. That was the character, of course.
Yeah.
But
the conspiracy theorist everybody loved, and then half the country became that person. We're like, oh, I don't like these as much anymore.
Now everybody, we are all Dale.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy's name was Johnny Hardwick, and he did the voice of Dale Gribble. They were called to his home in Texas for a welfare check, and they discovered his body. So I would imagine that gets written down as a bad welfare check.
Yeah.
He was pronounced dead at the scene. Well, that's... You sure you don't want to wait on that? Sure you don't want to get a second opinion? But no foul play is suspected. He was a stand-up in the late 80s and did stand up on the old Jon Stewart show there on MTV. But most people remember him from King of the Hill.
Uncompetitive.
I know what's wrong with it. It's a Ford. You know what they say Ford stands for, don't you? It stands for fix it again, Tony.
That's a Fiat.
You're thinking of a Fiat, Dale.
Fix it again.
I'll tell you what you do.
It's your quote-unquote pollution controls. I heard on talk radio you don't even need them. They're just an egghead government plot.
How is cutting down on pollution a government plot, Dale?
Open up your eyes, man. They're trying to control global warming. Get it? Global.
So what?
That's code for UN commissars telling Americans what temperature it's going to be in our outdoors. I'll say let the world warm up. See what Boutros golly thinks about that. We'll grow oranges in Alaska.
Dale, you giblet head. We live in Texas. It's already 110 in the summer, and if it gets 1 degree hotter, I'm going to kick your ass. What in God's name is that thumping sound?
I want to live in London and be...
So anyway.
Please bring back Hank Hill Republicans. What happened to the Hank Hill conservatives? Where they're
out there.
Level-headed guys.
They have to keep it to themselves. You have to be quiet about that. You know how, like, if you're a liberal cop, you don't tell anybody?
Right.
If you're like a classic conservative, you can't tell people that anymore. You have to be like, yes, Trump's better than Jesus. I was reading about these pastors who are like, we're really worried because our congregations now are like, why are you reading all that liberal crap? And they're like, it's the New Testament? And they go, yeah, that's not, that doesn't work anymore. So it was only a matter of time before evangelicals chose Trump over Jesus, but that's now what they're doing. There was one guy a couple of pastors were talking about it. Pastors of pretty hardcore congregations, by the way.
Yeah.
And he was talking about some of his congregants being upset about the Sermon on the Mount. And they would come up to him after and like, where'd you get those liberal talking points? And he's like, that's the Sermon on the Mount. And they go, yeah. One guy said, yeah, but that doesn't work anymore. That's weak. Because Jesus was a liberal. He was a man of color, and he was a liberal. But it was bound to happen. Don't call it a cult. It is not a cult. It's bound to happen, and it finally has. But people like Dale Gibble have to keep it to themselves. Gribble, sorry. He did Johnny Hardwick, who passed away. Did they reboot King of the Hill and I missed it, or they're going to reboot King of the Hill?
I thought they were going to.
Well, not without him.
Yeah.
He did 258 episodes of King of the Hill. He was with the show from the very beginning, and the show was on for 13 years. And they said that he was going to be part of that revival. Oh, there it is. But they aren't sure if he ever recorded for it. And he would do odd jobs along the way, including propane salesman. He was 64 years old, so not an old man, but the voice of Dale Gribble over there on...
Mess with a man's lawn.
I had no choice. I tried planting the ants in your driveway, but they didn't take. They couldn't bite through cement. They're weak, like me.
Dad?
Not now, Bobby. I'm in the middle of something.
And that's Pam Adlon Doing
Yep,
Bobby
doing
Hill.
Bobby, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that show.
It is very, very. I went back to the beginning and started watching King of the Hill again because I liked it when it was
so
on.
dry.
It's
and
very dry and very slow.
The very early episodes are so slow and so dry, but I love them.
Do you think that it's a complete coincidence? We've had many conversations. Mary's out today, but we've had many conversations on the show, usually anchored by her and Poundcake. They are on the fate side. Bill and I are very firmly on the coincidence side. But I have to think it can't be a complete coincidence that as soon as Poundcake moves to Lakewood, weird things start happening. Somebody drove their car through the Aldi in Lakewood.
Thanks, Poundcake.
Y'all get it popping.
Lakewood is popping off, isn't it? Always.
But it's not. But it's just
It's 117.
The
Yeah.
117th.
has
Well,
always
it's a
been
it's
like
a
that.
main thoroughfare. I mean,
Don't
that's
blame that on me. That it's always been. Whenever someone gets robbed, carjacked, held at gunpoint at the Taco Bell, like it's always on 117th. I don't even look at the article anymore. I said, what part of 117th? Is it north or is it south?
Did you see the Lakewood police security camera from inside the Aldi when the car comes through?
No.
Look at this. There's no audio on it. I don't know how to make this bigger, but see the car coming from the outside. There it's a rerun there. Crashes right through. They hurt one person inside, pinned him up against the shelf, and they hurt one person outside. So two people got hurt as a car slammed into the Lakewood Aldi. That store, if that's your main store, is going to be closed for a minute. Here's footage from Fox 8's Sky Fox here on the little aerial action.
It just looks so ridiculous. It's just right next to a handicap spot.
Hey, Terry, when you're in there, could you get me some of those lime cashews, please? Those are delicious. Can you just get down there and, no? All right, seeing live footage here from Sky 8. Looks like a car is driven into the...
I got nothing. But, thought I had something.
It doesn't.
I do not.
It doesn't seem like it has to go very fast to bust through a brick wall.
It's got to be moving pretty good, man.
Pretty good of a clip. I don't know
Yeah.
how that happened. It's probably somebody like, I thought I was hitting the brake. Because didn't they say the person left with their kid? Like they ran away.
Oh,
right?
really? I don't
That's
even-
what I read.
No one's going to get you.
But
You're
again,
not gonna find child.
this is my neighborhood. Poundcake moves into my neighborhood, and now we got things like this happening. So thanks a lot, Poundcake.
Here goes the neighborhood.
Yeah, it just
It's not because
you
you're
just
gay.
bring-
It's because you're black.
no, it's because you're Poundcake. Bring trouble.
Tell you what, I'm still scared walking the streets. I don't know what's going to pop off.
What streets?
Walking the streets
The streets?
of Lakewood. Everyone wants to pretend like Lakewood's just this nice little hipster oasis.
Nobody's
It's
pretending
not.
that. Anything can happen anywhere. You just keep your head on a swivel. You just pay attention to where you are.
But I look
Situational
suspicious.
awareness.
I'm like an owl when I walk.
His head spinning all the way around, like Linda Blair in The Exorcist. Well, that's good. There's nothing wrong with that,
They
though.
know I'm a target.
There's nothing wrong with that. And when I'm walking down Euclid, if I go get, like today, I went to get some food from Heinen's. Okay, when I'm walking and I pass some weird looking dude, I always give a little shot over my shoulder. I want to make sure the guy didn't have a box cutter or a syringe. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't know when something's going to happen. You can't be walking around freaked out all the time, but you just keep an eye on what's going on.
As soon as I hear something.
Just check the reflection in a window as you're walking by. If there's somebody weird nearby standing there talking to themselves.
My reaction time is crazy. As soon as I'm
Crazy good or crazy bad?
Crazy good.
Oh,
'Cause
he's
it's
out like a shot.
Something happens, and I'm like, what was that? Like, what is that? I'm jumpy.
Well, no, you don't want to be wound like a spring, though. You just want to know what's going on around you.
Mm-hmm. And again, that comes with, I imagine it will come with time. But again, I'm not friends with anyone in my building.
You're the one that was throwing hands on Prospect Avenue. What are you all worried about all of a sudden?
I was a different person, Alan. That was
You were a different person?
That was my first apartment out of college. Like that
So
was,
what?
I was a different person.
Meaning?
I wasn't as Well, I was more adventurous then than I am now.
What
And
does
even then-
adventure have to do with anything?
Because, like, I was a little more fearless.
But it's
I was young and I felt like I was invincible.
yeah, but you weren't.
Okay,
And
but
you're
I felt
fine.
like
I mean, you
was.
just okay. Well, then amend that as you get older. Just make sure you're paying attention to things.
The place where I lived.
Most people are walking around like their head. They just, it's just like their heads covered in a hive of bees. Like they're just not. It's not that hard to pay attention to what's going on around you in your kind of immediate vicinity.
My Prospect Avenue apartment was hood adjacent, and that thing was like, I think Bill came to my apartment one time, and there was like 4 different gates he had to go through. Like I had an outside gate, an inside gate, the suite, and then my actual apartment.
I never actually went to the. I think I dropped you off there once,
may
but I
have
don't think
dropped
I
me
ever went into that
And
apartment.
then like that wasn't like a walking neighborhood. Like I didn't see a lot of people like walking their dogs. This one I actually.
Oh, this is a very
Yeah.
like now you're in a walking neighborhood because you can.
Everyone walks.
It's got everything you need walking
Right there.
distance. Yeah,
I went to Lucky's for the first time, and I'm like, ugh.
my spot.
Is that a grocery store?
Yeah, but it's expensive, and I'm like, I did it, and I'm not doing it.
Well, right up the street is Sapel's, and that's not expensive. And they got a liquor store in there.
Okay.
Go to Sapel's. Sapel's is if you want inexpensive food, Sapel's is your spot. If you want, but the
Normally Aldi too, but
Yeah.
they're going to be shut for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
While they patch that giant, the Aldi near me was closed for a year because they were redoing it.
Yeah.
Mike in Parma says, Alan, you're going to be at Dina's tonight. Try the house wing sauce. It's uncompetable.
Uncompetable.
I love it. What a great, great addition
Uncompetable.
to the
I mean, I gotta take
lexicon
this word for
here.
it.
on the
I don't think
show.
I've ever had the spicy chicken nuggets from Burger King.
I
'cause
have.
They're
Wendy's are better.
Yeah, I believe you.
That's just me.
Because you know why?
And I'm no
Because
aficionado.
quality's the recipe, Alan. Quality.
Yeah. Right. Alan Poundcake is always trying to convince people he was strapped all the time over there.
I never said that.
I always said he was
You
throwing
were-
hands.
I said I was
he's
ready to
throwing
throw hands. That's very
yeah,
different
but
than
that
being
can mean a
strapped.
lot of things.
Throwing hands on Prospect Avenue.
But you never threw hands on Prospect Avenue. You might have been talking wreck.
I was prepared to.
He was prepared. Yeah, always at the ready. That's what I'm talking about. That's
yeah.
good.
Behind my gate talking reckless, and then I run back in my 4 different layers of defense. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But after you get past that, I'll be ready to throw hands.
Ready to throw hands after that? So there's preparation.
Well,
Okay.
4 different barriers. I think I'm prepared at that point. If not, then I have nothing. That's it.
How are Poundcake's defenses?
Uncompetable.
Okay, good. I've got to take a break here. I'm going to have those Bullet for my Valentine tickets. Want to check them out? They're coming through to play the world famous Agora. Great live band, and bringing some other ones with them too. So we'll do that coming back. 5:30 is going to be your last keyword of the day to get one of these Vegas trips for next month's iHeartRadio Music Festival.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.
You'll be there for a weekend full of superstar performances. Foo Fighters,
Fall Out Boy,
Kelly Clarkson,
Kane Brown,
Lil Wayne,
Lil Durk, Miguel,
Public Enemy,
Sheryl Crow,
Travis Scott, Tim McGraw,
TLC,
30 Seconds to Mars,
never before seen collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
the iHeartRadio Music Festival,
September 22nd and 23rd.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now, starting at just $55 plus taxes and fees at AXS.com.
Keep listening because the next chance to win your way there and $1,000 spending cash is coming up.
Having the time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, stay, play, and earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Subject to earning and redemption limitations applicable to certain purchases and in certain states.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, partly cloudy, a chance of rain before midnight, low 60. Friday, mostly sunny, maybe some pop-up afternoon showers. Friday's high 80. Saturday, same as Friday. Possibility of pop-up storms, high 85. Sunny on Sunday, high 80.
This report is sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors.
Take advantage of Pella's summer sale. Pay nothing for 12 months or take $150 off windows, $500 off patio doors. Call 877-98-PELLA, PellaCleveland.com.
Get a home run deal at all 4 Ken Ganley Kia regional superstores. Choose from over 600 new Kias in stock with discounts up to $5,000. That's $5,000 off. Or take your choice. New 2023 Kia Forte LXS, Soul LX, or Seltos LX. $199 lease per month. You heard right. Just $199 a month for a Kia Forte, Soul, or Seltos. These 36-month leases have just $34.95 due at signing. 10K miles per year with no security deposit required. We're making deals on over 600 new Kias at all 4 convenient Ken Ganley Kia regional superstores in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or visit us online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them Mackenzie sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
Example 5,000 dealer discount off MSRP on a 23 Nero EV wave. All offers plus tax, tag, title, and dog fee unapproved. Credit through KMF expires 9/5/23.
Yo, it's Dieter. We got to talk insurance. More specifically, Amica Insurance. Their representatives are there for you every step of the way, providing personalized coverage tailored to fit you, your family, and the life you're building. Do you know they have 98% customer loyalty and named one of America's best insurance companies of 2023 by Forbes? So you know you can trust Amica to provide reliable and genuine care. Don't just take my word for it. Choose Amica and experience it for yourself. Visit Amica.com, AMICA.com. As Amica always says, empathy is our best policy.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
Kia Bedford's got what you need. Make no payment for 90 days on your new Kia purchase and get fast and easy online credit approval. Go now. KiaBedford.com. User cruise during November period. Deferred payment applies to remainder financing.
Why choose Mr. Hero? We have one word for you. Roman Burger. A burger so unique, so delicious, and only available at Mr. Hero. Top chef Michael Simon quoted the Roman Burger as his favorite food vice. And according to Cleveland Scene, eating a Roman Burger is one of the 30 best decisions you can make. The next time you're deciding what to eat, head on over for a Roman Burger. Your taste buds are gonna love you.
I crave the hero.
When you're clocking out and happy hour's already started, but you're clocking out and happy hour's already started. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Visit nordcenter.org/mindovermiles to sign up for the Mind Over Miles 5K run and 1 mile walk, taking place at the Black River Reservation in Elyria. Register at nordcenter.org/mindovermiles. The Nord Center, transforming lives together.
Hey, it's Alan Cox. Save time and help a great cause with Cars for Kids. Donate any car, running or not. You get fast, free towing, a tax-deductible receipt, and a free hotel stay. Donate now at carsforkids.org. And remember, cars with a K.
A new option in 5G home internet is now at Metro by T-Mobile at a price you'll love. And word is getting around.
Welcome to Metro. How can I help you today?
Hi. I hear you can get 5G home internet for $20 a month.
That's right. You can. Wait, why are we whispering?
It's too good to be true, so it must be a secret.
Oh, it's no secret at all. 5G home internet at Metro is only $20 a month for eligible customers. There's no annual contract or credit check and no price hikes ever. Plus, it only takes 15 minutes to set up.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Get 5G home internet, now $20 a month with autopay for qualifying affordable connectivity program customers on any phone plan. No annual contract and no credit check. Get to a Metro store today. Price lock exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Limit 1 ACP discount per household. Visit metrobytmobile.com/ACP for eligibility info and details. Check availability for home internet. Gateway purchase required without autopay. $5 more.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event. Well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $459 a month for 36 months with $3,522 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 9/5/23.
Do you know the sound Dunkin' Iced makes? Of course you do. It's that sound of the ice randomly yet rhythmically shaking around the cup, creating the soundtrack to a perfect summer. And summer sure does sound good. Try Dunkin' Refreshers, iced coffee, cold brew, and lattes. America runs on Dunkin'.
Dad, I don't feel good.
I'll grab the Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey.
Isn't DayQuil just for parents?
Actually, Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey is just for kids, specially designed to treat kids' most bothersome cold symptoms quickly with a honeylicious tasting flavor kids like.
You know what else kids like?
DayQuil Kids Honey first, then video games.
Deal.
Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey. The kids' honeylicious daytime coughing, congestion, stuffy head, stuffy nose medicine. Safe for ages 6+.
Mom, Dad, I humbly suggest you save some money and shop Amazon for back to school. It's for my growth, meaning my body's growing at an alarming rate. And clothes you buy me this year will be very small very soon. Plus, the clothes I love today will be out of style tomorrow. But at least your wallet doesn't have to be my fashion.
Cleveland, expect pretty heavy traffic. 77 south from the inner belt down past Fleet. 90 west between West Boulevard and Hilliard. 90 east, East 55 and MLK. Accidents reported Brook Park at I-480, Lorraine near Berea. And in Strongsville, Drake Road closed west of Howe Road due to a water main break. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Batteries Plus Bulbs.
Having engine troubles? Get your battery tested for free at Batteries Plus. We carry top quality replacement batteries and offer free installation on most makes and models. Visit us in person or shop online at batteriesplus.com.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations.
The Rod Ryan Show.
It's
The Woody Show.
It's Elliot in the morning. All of the once-in-a-lifetime events.
iHeartRadio Music Festival, yeah!
All of the best free curated playlists. The best bands. All of the great podcasts for every interest.
The stuff they don't want you to know.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome.
All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
All right, I want to go see Bullet for My Valentine from Wales. I think they're Welsh, right? You determine that? Bullet for My Valentine is back on the road and coming to play for you with special guests of Mice and Men and Vended, all three bands on stage at the world-famous Agora Theater, Wednesday night, October the 18th. Tickets, info, all the other stuff at agoracleveland.com. All right? Have this pair of tickets for you. Be caller 10, and you got 2 for Bullet for My Valentine. Good luck, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Pong, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, you want to go to Vegas? I wonder what the temperature is out there. It was like 113 when we were out there in July. That is where our iHeartRadio Music Festival is going to be going down, and I will have another keyword for you here in about 6 or 7 minutes. Right now, it's a balmy 92. Look at that.
That's not too bad.
1:30 in the afternoon. Holy mackerel. Yeah, it's nice out there. Middle of next month, it's going to be even nicer. It's September 22nd and 23rd out at the T-Mobile Arena. I think we've got trips for you next week, too. So keep your ears peeled for those keywords because there's a few every day. But it's Foo Fighters and Public Enemy, 30 Seconds to Mars, Sheryl Crow, Lenny Kravitz, Fall Out Boy. Going to play 2. And we'll get you and a pal out there. Get you tickets for the whole thing. Get you a nice hotel. Get you $1,000. Get you some money in there. We did talk about Lil Tay. People were blowing me up about Lil Tay. Top of the show today, yeah.
Yeah, we started things.
Although can't figure out if that is just a hoax on her part to get people talking about it again, or if in fact she did get hacked.
Feels hoaxy to me.
It feels very hoaxy to me.
I get hoax from it. It's giving hoax. It's giving hoax.
But Whoa Vicky is still okay, right? She's still all right?
Who's Whoa Vicky?
Remember Whoa Vicky?
I don't think I remember that.
She was the one who was using the N-word all the time because she said she was black, and then determined she wasn't. Another young influencer who blew up, invariably got into trouble, but she's got like millions of followers on them.
What's Bad
Behavior
up to these days?
Honestly, I think she's keeping her head down.
Yeah.
You got 10 million people on Instagram.
Well,
and,
it's not. She doesn't make her money from Instagram. She makes her money from OnlyFans.
Yeah. No, but you can monetize 10 million followers on Instagram is what I'm saying. I mean, before she was on OnlyFans, she was making good money from Instagram. Whoa, Vicky with hot takes like 70% of Americans are fat. So she has eyes, which is good. Guardians won that game. They split the series against the Toronto Blue Jays. The final today, 4-3 in regulation play. They will start again tomorrow afternoon down in Tampa. 6:40 is your first pitch, so we will roll out around 6:30 for the weekend, and then 6:40 right into first pitch there. Guardians Rays on your FM home for Cleveland Guardians baseball. Speaking of Tampa, did you see what happened to the mayor down there? The mayor of Tampa was on a fishing trip in the Florida Keys.
Oh, no. Did he get eaten by a manatee?
Bill.
Oh, okay. Well,
this guy over here.
Look at me being... See? Not woke at all.
Not woke at all. That's true. Man, I'll tell you what. I don't know that I would put this out there. She was on a fishing trip in the Florida Keys, and she reeled in 70 pounds of cocaine. Cocaine is just washing up on the beach in Florida. Whether you're on the mainland, you're in the Keys. Jane Castor is the mayor of Tampa.
This is the Bay, too, or like the what do they call that thing?
The peninsula?
Not the peninsula, but like the.
Well, this is in the Florida Keys. Tampa's up on the west coast of Florida.
Yeah, but
she was on a
Tampa's
fishing
on the other side. Where what is that? I can't remember.
The Gulf Coast?
No, yeah. Is that the Gulf Coast?
Yeah, it gets up near Louisiana and Alabama. Yeah, Gulf Coast.
That's what
Tampa's on the west side of the state, but she was in the Keys fishing.
70 pounds of cocaine. She used to be a police officer, so she knew exactly what it was.
Thought it was shade as opposed to something shady, right? And it had been in the water for a while because the plastic had split open and I could see down in the tightly wrapped kilos, which I've worked a lot of years in narcotics.
Castor and her family also managed to catch 60 lobsters.
You know, they're playing it like it's oh, hey, look at this. I don't think I'd want the people who to know who had their coke. Yeah, $1 million of cocaine.
Also, it makes you look like you're not good at fishing. You're out there to catch fish, and you're catching inanimate objects.
Yeah. 25 bricks, each stamped with a purple butterfly. Because all it said initially was that the cocaine had been discovered by a recreational boater, and that person turned out to be the mayor of Tampa. And, of course, the city of Tampa can they turn this into a campaign ad next time she runs, right? The mayor's never off duty. She's looking for marlin.
She's protecting all of Florida.
She's looking for marlin.
She had the chance to just go to international waters and have the best time ever, but she turned the cocaine in.
Yeah. Street value of $1.1 million. Pretty wild. So, yeah, she was fishing for mahi-mahi. The fish so nice, they named it twice. When she spotted the package, hooked it, reel it up. The first female chief of police in Tampa before she became mayor.
Meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. 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 Cocaine. Cocaine.
Hey, want to go to Vegas? As promised, our iHeartRadio Music Festival, now in its 10th year, is happening next month. A few weeks away, 22nd, 23rd at the T-Mobile Arena in Vegas. Big trip for you. We'll set you up, give you some money, see a lot of great bands. Slam dunk. All right, listen closely, and I hope you win. Good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword LUCKY to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's LUCKY to 200-200.
A story that I can't believe didn't come out of South Euclid, a woman charged with having sex with her dog. You know, South Euclid, there is, here locally, an inordinate number of people copulating with animals. Just coincidentally, I don't know what it is. It was South Euclid, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about South Euclid that gets people all foamy in the shorts.
They all get caught
for
in
their
South
pets. Huh?
They all get caught in South Euclid. That doesn't mean that it's not people literally everywhere.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But what is it about South Euclid? It's like a Bermuda Triangle for people who get boners for dogs.
I don't know.
This is a lady in Michigan, Detroit, who was arrested for having sex with her dog after her ex discovered the footage and turned it over to the cops. Boy, that's when you want to make sure you had an amicable breakup. Because
that treats you well.
Somebody who you had a really bad time with at the end. They're just looking for reasons.
But that's a pretty good reason.
Yeah, 30-year-old woman was arrested for sodomy and animal abuse. Oof. The ex found a video of her performing the act on their dog.
Man.
While reviewing footage on surveillance cameras that he set up in the living room.
He knew something was up.
So this is a situation where they're exes, but they're still living together.
It's like, I just thought the bitch was cheating. I ain't think she was.
I mean, she was just with the dog.
The family dog.
She's been messing with dogs her entire life, so she's like, I might as well lay down with one.
That's a weird thing to do.
He turned the 6-minute footage over to the cops. It shows her lying on the living room floor on a mattress with a blanket. She opens the blanket and calls the dog over. The dog proceeds to
Dude, that's hella.
go down on her. She's heard saying, "Good boy."
Now, I know.
Which is nice. She could have been screaming bad dog at him. Good boy is nice.
We can all agree that this is gross. So that is pointless to say.
There are people listening.
I don't think it's
there are
pointless.
people listening right now, Poundcake, in our vast audience. There are people listening. Okay, maybe person. I won't even say people. There is at least one person listening right now who has done this.
Okay, but I'm saying, it's gross, so I just want to get that out of the way so I don't have to repeat myself because it's redundant. But also, this is embarrassing. Very embarrassing that you are now known as the dog humper, or the giving a sloppy to a dog. Like, yes, it's gross, but you also have to carry that title. It don't matter who you marry. It don't matter where you go. Your Facebook page is going to be plastered with it. Like, this article's going to live forever, and you're the dog hump lady. Like,
yeah, because as you guys have described it, it's just become standard operating procedure that when you start dating somebody, you do a little background on them. Online, right? And for the most part, it's probably pretty innocuous.
This is egregious.
Anybody who Googled her, that's the first thing that would come up.
Yeah. So
egregious is great. I'll tell you what it is.
Uncompetable.
Uncompetable.
Like, she can't have a Tinder profile. She can't have a Bumble. She can't have anything. Even if
she's got a date on Chewy.
Even a WhatsApp. People overseas going to be like, ugh, bitch, you nasty. We don't even do that over here.
So, yeah, she went down on the dog named Max and tried to get Max to reciprocate on camera. Why are you filming it?
She didn't know she was being filmed.
Oh, right. These were his cameras. But there are people who film it. There are people who get caught because they filmed it. This guy knew something hinky was going on, and he set up these cameras. But
those little ring whatever things will get you, because I forgot. My friends literally are tech guys, so they have stuff everywhere. And I was getting down in the living room on one of those, and I didn't know that I was being filmed. So
an indoor ring camera.
Yeah, it's just like, I think they do it to keep an eye on their animals when they're gone, because they can actually talk to them. Like, the voice comes out of it, and it's just the dog's looking blanklessly.
Yeah, because they can't. Looking what?
Blanklessly?
Yeah, here we are. We thought we were going to just have one from a customer, and then Poundcake has entered the chat.
Uncompetable.
Blanklessly is uncompetable.
Uncompetable.
I love blanklessly.
Blanklessly.
Just staring blanklessly at me. It smells like. Is there an air freshener in here now?
I don't think so.
Oh, really? It smells like something in here all of a sudden. Anyway, so the guy is very happy that he got the footage. He said, "I would hate for this to become a regular thing for Max, the dog." Of course, the woman said it was the only time that she ever did this, and how sorry she was. She was ordered to have no contact with animals. It was held on a bond of $100,000. How do you enforce that? How do you enforce a writ of no contact with animals? We had a kid, to your point of never living it down, we had a kid in the 8th grade who got caught messing around with his dog, and everybody started calling him the Beastmaster immediately, and he never lived that down because that was a very popular movie in the 80s.
Do you think if you saw him now, you would still refer to him as Beastmaster?
If I saw him now?
Yeah,
I probably wouldn't recognize him.
If he never lived it down. Like, I wonder what these people do. Like, do they go on to live happy lives and have wives and children? And when their kids ask them, "Dad, what were you like in high school?" "Well, your dad had quite the reputation." And they're like, "Oh, you're a ladies' man?" "Well, kinda. So I messed around, we were kids, we were experimenting, and I got caught messing around.
That was the F around portion of the equation, and then the finding out portion was the other half.
I got caught messing around with Shirley. "Oh, the girl down the street?" "No, that was the family dog.
Shirley the golden retriever."
Yeah.
Yep.
And I found out Shirley, I made a mistake.
See what he did, Bill?
Yeah.
That's why Bill and I were staring blanklessly at our cameras.
Yeah, it doesn't make up for blanklessly. I get it.
Uncompetable.
Alan Lil Tay's brother died a few days before her, and it's all under investigation. I think it's all made up. I think she said she and her brother are fine.
Yeah, I thought that. I heard that from you on the show.
Can we not believe anything we see on the internet?
No. Why would you want to? South Euclid, the mecca of mammalian molestation, is what Durs calls it. Yeah. Talk about having a service animal, says Mike in Parma. Yeah. No, Max was the dog's name, not Colonel Angus. I know there's a lot of people asking if the dog's name was Colonel Angus. No, it was Max was the dog. And but imagine setting up cameras because you're like, my ex-girlfriend is doing something and I don't know what it is, and then it's worse than you could possibly
With
imagine.
your best friend.
You're just horrified. Have you ever had a guest and when you want them to leave, you just tap them on the head? Be a nice way to do it.
Right, just bye-bye.
You'd avoid a lot of awkward conversations about someone overstaying their welcome. Just walk in, bing, bing, tap them on the top of the head, right in the soft spot. I got to take a break here. You want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Poundcake, do you know this song?
Yeah. I said this before.
You what?
I said this before when we were at Buzzard Fest.
You said this at Buzzard Fest?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, did he
Welcome
really?
to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses.
Right. Good for you.
I know that's from Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, okay. It's kind of baked at Buzzard Fest, so I don't recall that answer of yours, but hey, so you know how we gave away Taylor Swift tickets to see her in Pittsburgh because she wasn't coming to Cleveland? You might recall this. Maybe a month and a half ago, we had dads come down and dress up like Taylor Swift, and they would perform and right here at our studio window. And oh my, was that a hit. Well, Guns N' Roses is not coming to Cleveland either, so we're going to send you to Pittsburgh to see Guns N' Roses. But we're not going to have people come up to the window. It's going to be this weekend. GNR is doing PNC Park next Friday. They got the Pretenders opening up for them. Chrissy Hine from Akron, Ohio. And so all this weekend, you're going to be able to win Guns N' Roses tickets for next Friday at PNC Park. So whenever you hear Guns N' Roses this weekend, you go to WMMS.com and register to win tickets. And you can do it as many times as you want over the weekend. So make sure your ears are peeled for Guns N' Roses songs. Because every time, WMMS.com and try to get those tickets. So that is next Friday, the show. We'll probably start it tomorrow. I mean, we kick the weekend off around here with the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. But when we're off, there's a Guardians game. And then after that, you'll be able to start trying to win those Guns N' Roses tickets. So next Friday night, PNC Park in Pittsburgh, GNR and the Pretenders. And tickets for you all this weekend.
I have a question.
Lay it on me.
Does it work against us being in between two other major cities? Like, I don't understand why touring acts don't stop in Cleveland. Like,
Well, some do. They're usually just routing issues.
That's what I'm saying. Is it because they're like Clevelanders are more likely to go to Pittsburgh than Pittsburghians going to Cleveland?
No, it's usually way more boring than that.
Okay.
Back in the day, they would go, how are our album sales in this market versus this market? Now they probably look at streaming data.
Mm-hmm.
They look at radio. They look at things like that. Guns N' Roses, they don't have to do any of that stuff. So it may be as simple as scheduling. Like they wanted to do it and there was a ball game. You know, things like that.
I didn't think about that.
I mean, when I was on the air in Pittsburgh, everybody complained that all the cool concerts went to Cleveland. So we were constantly complaining about shows that were coming here instead of Pittsburgh.
I was going to say, because Taylor Swift wouldn't have that problem either. Like, there was probably some scheduling conflict. Well, no, because the Browns weren't here. So
I don't know.
Maybe Pittsburgh was already on the list. I
don't
guess.
know.
There's no need for it to be like 2 hours.
There's plenty of shows that have come here and haven't come to Pittsburgh. I'm sure there's radio stations in Pittsburgh giving away trips to come see bands in Cleveland. I know we did that all the time when I was on the air there. You're always, unless you're in like a top 5 market, I mean, you're always sending somebody somewhere to see, you know. I mean, are the Eagles and Steely Dan playing Pittsburgh? I don't know. They're coming here, doing a Romo Fijo. Chappelle doing Pittsburgh? I don't know.
He's doing Cleveland.
Oh, Eagles are playing Pittsburgh. All right, well, there you go. There you go. Yes. Probably the night before or after they're in Cleveland. So Eagles are here on October 17th, and they'll be in Pittsburgh 2 nights before that. So an answer to your question, it's usually really boring.
Okay. Just curious.
It's all logistics.
I didn't know if being 2 hours from Detroit and Pittsburgh hurts us because looking at, like, out of these three cities, like, Cleveland's in the middle, so why don't we just do both of those and then Cleveland can travel?
I mean, sometimes it might work out that way. They're not going to do all three.
Some of
but,
them might.
huh?
Some of them might.
I think bands that are playing stadiums are not going to do that.
Because Pittsburgh, yeah, it's close enough where if you really want to see a band, Cleveland can travel to Pittsburgh and vice versa. But two different markets. Like, you can hit the people that want to see you in Pittsburgh can literally just stay in Pittsburgh and not ever go to Cleveland. You'll be perfectly fine. And when you come here, people don't have to travel.
What?
I'm saying it's two different markets. Like, you can have your fan base in Pittsburgh, and they never have to travel to Cleveland for anything. Like, they don't, like, on tour.
Right.
Yes, Cleveland and Pittsburgh are two different markets.
So I'm saying if you want to hit all three, you can. Your fan base is going to be here, Cleveland and Pittsburgh.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, Detroit's a skosh farther away, but yeah, it's usually just it's boring logistics, right? I think it probably sometimes works against Columbus because that's a whole different route. You know, if they're going to kind of come down the lake, they're like, yeah, we'll do Buffalo, Cleveland, Detroit maybe. Sometimes it won't even go to, but I don't know. A buddy of mine was at Wrigley Field last night to see Bruce Springsteen. I'm sorry, Dick from Dayton. Bryce Springsteen. And he did a 3-hour show. He closed it out with a tribute to Robbie Robertson, of course, from the band who died. But he didn't do the song that made him famous. He didn't do
Santa Claus is coming to town?
Santa Claus is coming to town.
I'd be so mad. I'd be so mad.
Imagine being there for 3 hours, and he doesn't play the one song that really put him on the map. Didn't do it.
I'd be heated.
Yeah.
Santa would be mad at me about how mad I got.
Yeah. So no Santa Claus is coming to town. And yeah, you naysayers can make the argument that it's a seasonal song, and why would he do that? Because that's the one that made him famous.
On the map.
Nobody had ever heard of Bryce Springsteen before Santa Claus is coming to town. He wrote that. That's an original. But he didn't play it at Wrigley Field last night. And I could just imagine all those people who, you know, you've got people who've driven in from the suburbs. You have people who are going to take an Uber home who live in the city. You have people who can walk home, right? They're living in or near the Lakeview neighborhood of Wrigley Field. All those people grumbling on their way home. A blight on what would have otherwise been an amazing performance.
Right.
Who has ever said, Springsteen, No one's ever said that.
Me.
3 hours. You're on stage for 3 hours. You can't play a 2.5-minute song, 3-minute song.
You'd say Springsteen meh?
Yeah. I don't...
Well, but you don't know his songs.
I'm also kind of Springsteen meh.
Really?
Yeah. It's
not a show that you'd like to see one time?
I mean, if someone gave me tickets and I didn't have anything else going on, but it's not
priority.
He's fine. It's nothing that I really get all excited about.
What about Bryce Springsteen?
Bryce Springsteen. I mean, the thing is too, I would go to see Santa Claus is coming to town, and I know he's not going to play it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a huge Springsteen guy.
I wonder if he plays Youngstown in Chicago, or if he just whips that out when he's in this part of the country.
Back in 1803, James and Danny Heaton found
See, all I hear is
Pancake. This doesn't make a move.
I just hear him not playing Santa Claus is coming to town.
West Furnace, they were along the shore.
Oh God, turn it off, please. Oh my God.
Why you got to be a harmonica hater? You know, you don't play the harp, you don't get no tang.
So annoying.
This is when he pulled Courtney Cox up on stage.
Yeah.
I get up in the evening.
This song
These are-
about
these are
a
good
guy
songs.
leaving his family.
I don't I like this song and the last one I enjoy, but like we didn't listen to Bruce Bruce Springsteen growing up, so I don't have a lot of nostalgia for it, and then it just never really made it into rotation for me.
I remember Born in the USA. My mom gave me that one year. She gave me a stack of vinyl when I was practicing my drums a lot and played Max Weinberg stuff. I just played Born in the USA front to back like over and over and over again.
Now we're talking.
It's all cold down along the beach. The wind's whipping.
Maybe it's as simple as him not bringing his sleigh bells last night to Wrigley Field.
I mean, they could figure out.
You wouldn't want to be there with everybody going bananas when he kicks out Born to Run? Just one time?
I didn't.
For 10th Avenue Freeze Out? Poundcake, this is up your alley.
Again, like, I'm not super familiar with these songs, so, like, I'd be like, why is everybody going crazy right now?
People
is he going to play?
People are texting me, Bruce blows. Really? I didn't know there was so much Bruce Springsteen acrimony.
I don't think he's
I didn't
bad.
I didn't
and, like,
realize he was considered an acquired taste.
Born to Run is a good song, but it's not like I don't hear it and go and immediately know this is Bruce Springsteen.
You don't immediately hear Born to Run and go, oh, that's Bruce Springsteen.
Again, I'm not like he wasn't a guy. Bruce Springsteen.
I mean, just by osmosis. These are like 50-year-old songs.
Right, but it wasn't in my periphery.
Wow.
Like it was. My dad didn't listen to it, so it wasn't.
And your mom doesn't like music.
My mom doesn't like music, so I didn't really hear these songs till later in life, and I go, oh, okay. I kind of recognize them from being in the zeitgeist, but they weren't. They're not. They don't mean anything to me.
Okay. No, listen. Some people are like
And people are
giving
crazy about
blood for Springsteen. That's
Yeah.
not me, but I have a deep appreciation for Bruce Springsteen.
And again, I don't think he's bad. I just don't have the nostalgia factor that a lot of people have. And I never I've gone through phases of people that I didn't listen to as, like growing up. Like I went through a pretty heavy Bowie phase. I went through a heavy Johnny Cash phase, a heavy Prince phase, but I never did a Springsteen.
Is that Tony Bowie?
Yes, Tony Bowie.
The Washington State Department?
Yes, Tony
Okay.
Bowie.
One of the reasons I'm kind of bummed Mary's not here today is because she went to Nickelback, and I want to know if they played Pants Feet. Did you hear any after?
I saw on her story her dancing around, and this guy is just staring at her.
Because they
and
brought
then-
a Pants Feet sign.
I
Her
didn't
and
see any,
Brian.
I didn't see them holding it up. I don't even know if they took it
come
in. I didn't see
on.
any of that. But she's dancing around for Bottle Bit Me, whatever that one's
Yeah,
called.
Burn It Down.
Yeah, and she's going crazy, and this dude's just like looking at her like, what the hell? And then you see this dude's wife or whoever he's with, like look around him and be like, what is going on with this girl? And she's
was having a good time.
sober, and she's
Stone cold
she's
sober,
like
yeah.
throwing like a big kick in there. It's pretty funny. She was having a good time. So good.
Can't
for
take her anywhere. Pants Feet. Yeah, okay. Well, if somebody listening went to the show last night, let me know if either you saw a Pants Feet sign or if they played Pants Feet. Because that is a level of self-awareness that would be above and beyond anything you can reasonably expect from a band of their stature. For them to be up there, they've played all the, and they come out for an encore. People go, what could they possibly play now? What could they possibly come out to play? They've done it all. We're halfway to our cars, and they break out Pants Feet.
No, because then people would be ungrateful and they'd be like, AI does it better. like there's no pleasing these people.
Well, that's not AI. That's the hard work of DJ Cummerbund doing a mashup.
Oh.
That's Pro Tools. That's work in Pro Tools.
That's talent right
Yes,
there. Making
absolutely.
that sound like a real song.
That's not AI.
Yeah, that's good.
Alan, I was at Nickelback. Oh, it was 2 hours of Pants Feet. Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Now I'm
so
sad
front
I
to
didn't
back.
go.
So then everybody else was pissed off because that is just seasoning pants feet. You don't want the entire meal pants feet. You just want a little kind of dip in and dip out.
No, I want the whole thing pants feet.
All pants feet.
All pants feet. I don't need
just on a loop.
Burn it down.
Yeah.
I just need pants feet.
Okay. Well,
I still have. I don't think I've ever actually heard the chorus for "Burn It Down" because we always just listen to the beginning with that riff and the bottle just bit me. Part.
Yep.
I don't think
it's they it all tonight. Yeah, we're gonna light. Yeah, we're gonna burn it to the ground tonight.
Yeah,
nailed it.
I don't think I got that.
You didn't get that?
Yeah, I don't think
it's just a chanting song,
yeah,
right?
I mean,
yeah, we're gonna
but that's kind of what they do.
Yeah, Brody Blade the Blake. I thought it was called Burn It Down.
Is it not called Burn It Down?
Oh, that's Linkin Park.
Oh.
Hold on. It's called Burn It something.
Burn It Up?
No, Burn It to the Ground.
Burn It to
Burn It to the Ground is what it's called.
Yeah, I know this part.
You know the front part.
I know the front part.
You don't know the chorus.
I don't know the chorus.
Oh, hold on. Let me get you to the chorus here then.
What year did this come out? Because
and there's some
I don't know. Maybe I was in the Philippines when that one dropped because I don't know that. I only know the front part. I don't know that chorus at all.
2008.
Okay,
it was on an album called Dark Horse.
That was just me not listening to
Nickelback.
Yeah.
That was their 6th album by 2008. They had 6 albums.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Yep. Again, I don't think it's bad. I just am unfamiliar with it. I don't think it's particularly good either. It just doesn't. I have such weird musical taste anyway, so like, I don't need anybody DM and be like, "Oh, what do you like?"
But it's a great band for people who are like, I like it kind of heavy, but I don't like metal. Because that's kind of you're crossing a Rubicon, right? I like hard rock. I like riffs. I like thundering. You know, there's very heavy production in these songs. The way these albums are produced. Burn It to the Ground got a Grammy nomination, but lost to AC/DC's War Machine in 2010. So they got nominated for that song. But again, you know, when a Nickelback album comes out, at least back in the day, like every song was a single. They would just release every song as a single, and they'd go, let's throw it all against the wall and see what sticks. And more of it would stick. But, yeah, they're not a go-to for me, but they're a great kind of band for people who are like, yeah, I want to feel like I'm having a party, but I don't want to listen to metal, right?
Yeah, hard rock band, yeah.
Now, if you wanted to listen to metal, you could get it here on 2 Hours to Midnight, Saturday nights. As the name implies, 2 hours of nothing but heavy metal with me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. 10 o'clock, Saturday night, on the Buzzard. I got a break. Want to get the last word in? Send me a text. 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.
You'll be there for a weekend full of superstar performances. Foo Fighters,
Fall Out Boy,
Kelly Clarkson,
Kane Brown,
Lil Wayne,
Lil Durk, Miguel,
Public Enemy,
Sheryl Crow,
Travis Scott, Tim McGraw,
TLC,
30 Seconds to Mars,
never before seen collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
the iHeartRadio Music Festival,
September 22nd and 23rd.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now, starting at just $55 plus taxes and fees at AXS.com.
Keep listening because the next chance to win your way there and $1,000 spending cash is coming up.
Brought to you by T-Mobile. Experience more of the music you love with the record-setting 5G network. T-Mobile customers can unlock VIP benefits at the festival all weekend long. It's better over here. See why at T-Mobile.com/SEEWHY.